Hello there. Hope everybody's all right. Going to check out if everything's okay. And I might look a little tired as the Winterfest went into the wee hours of the morning, and then I had to edit the International Radio Report to upload for this morning. So I went to bed at something like 4 a.m. So, because of the Winterfest, which was very, very cool. A much improved version. And we're going to talk about it. Hopefully, it'll give you an idea that if you haven't joined this year, to join next. So, yep, everything's all right here. Okay, I need the control panel. I need the control panel. Here we are. And here we go. So exceptionally on a Sunday today, because some of you might know that this weekend was the Nassau Shortwave Fest, and it went into, of course, Saturday, and I didn't want to miss some of the things that they were doing, and we had a I didn't want to interfere, also have a live show at the same time that there would be the fest, so I pushed the live show for Sunday. But this was really, really a cool one. We had a big discussion this year, and that's what we're going to talk about in a few minutes, about the Shortwave Fest and changes that needed to be made to make it interesting again. And it was definitely a improved version of the fest, and the last presentation yesterday that I'll be talking about with David Smith was truly inspiring, and we'll talk about it because he had something to say about, to all those out there that think that shortwave is not useful anymore in today's world. Well, he's clearly tells you that no, that's not the case. It is super important. So we'll talk about that too. So everything looks all right. Welcome aboard, everybody. I've done a little change since sometimes we tune the bands. I thought that from time to time what would be cool is simply to, if I tune the bands on my Yaesu, then we could have this view, which of course has a big spot of light. But when I tune it, I think I'm going to be in front of it. Yeah, I'm going to be in front of it, so it's going to be fine. So you guys can actually see what I'm tuning more closely as we tune the band. So sometimes I'll be switching the view to have the C920, and then we'll come back to our regular view. So I think this could be a fun way to switch between one and the other, and have a better view of my Yaesu screen when needed. So, welcome aboard. This is the Shortwave Live Show. We are here every Saturdays. Usually it's Saturday, but exceptionally today is Sunday because of the Shortwave Fest. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. We talk about radio and tune the bands and answer questions and share what is essentially, for many of us, our passion, our main love, which is radio listening. And this is, where everybody gathers, because we say it all the time, solitary hobby. Usually we do this alone. So the fact that we have this going on, well, we can actually now meet up, all of us together, and have definitely have a good time tuning the bands and doing all sorts of cool radio chats and radio experiences together. I have a little bit of news also about something that might never come back on the air that we, unfortunately, I think it's from what we gather is unfortunately from the past also. So welcome everyone. There's a chat room if you want to join in and have fun with wonderful people that are there, and that I always say that say that this is the best crowd basically. And so hey Brian, and got it home. Thanks again Brian for Brian sent me because he's the one handling the some of the stuff at the fest, the penance for the Nassau Shortwave Festival. For those that don't know, there's a story behind the fact of the pink and purple colors. It has to do with the beginnings of the fest. So thanks for sending me those. They arrived just in time for the fest yesterday by mail. So this is pretty cool. And it's pretty cool to have participated. And if you are here and wish to continue the interaction, talking about radio, asking questions, we have a Facebook group. That Facebook group is the same name as the channel here. I'll actually share the Facebook group with you guys right now so that you guys know where you can go if you want to join our group. 4,200 members, which is not too bad. And there's a lot of interaction on that group, people sharing what they are listening to and so on. So here's the link to this. And I will be sharing a few things also. I got an email with some questions regarding online resources, and I think today going through the online resources it is very helpful if you're in the hobby and listen a lot to the radio. There's a lot of things that could be interesting for you. So yeah, it's the place to ask questions, and don't forget that I sometimes am a little far away in the chat room. So if you have a question, it could take 20 minutes to half an hour sometimes for me to answer it. Just hang in there, and of course there's other people in the chat that might want to help out at the same time. So thanks for all of that. Don't forget, if you want to help out, I'm here every week. I make videos. I am trying to increase my input of videos actually on the channel. By reorganizing this week, I will be wiping this table completely because it's now a big mess, and make sure that it is suitable to make more radio videos and easier way to make them. I do have access to my ML830 from here. So we'll try to increase the input of videos on the channel at the same time. So Super Chat is where you could do it. There's a little icon with a dollar bill kind of in the chat room. That is one way. And if you want me to not starve to death, there's the Pizza Fund, also through PayPal, which is going to help me get food to make sure that I do not die of starvation after the live show. Thanks everybody for your donations. I already have a Gerald that has sent a little donation today, so thanks for that, and hope that you enjoyed the show today as usual. Lots of interesting stuff. So it's the Shortwave Festival, the Nassau Shortwave Festival, as is now already over. I mean, I don't know what happened to the time. it just went like this. It seemed that, I gathered in the hospitality suite Thursday night and went into the forums Friday. And I had a presentation on utilities and the introduction to utilities, which was very, very interesting because a lot of people were not necessarily aware of all the stuff that we have on shortwave radio in terms of utilities. And they were pretty amazed. And a lot of people, I think it sparked the interest of a lot of people to go and check out what's out there in between the ham bands and the international broadcast bands. So this was cool. And so I made a 1 hour presentation, which went very well, and really enjoyed. So I probably will do one next year, some other presentation, whatever. First, the Fest is an improved version this year. I have to say, what we had was just amazing. The presentations were cool. We had made a request that there be a little more modern in what we have as forums, and it went through. I mean, we had a forum on introduction to SDRs. We had one talking about the Kiwi SDRs online. There was quite a few interesting things in there. Pirate Radio Forum, of course, My Utility Forum. There was an interesting forum about a different way of actually getting content, which was last night, where a friend of ours of the festival in Indonesia, I believe he was, or Bali. He was in Bali, and it was particularly interesting to see his Dummy's Guide to Tuning the World in 2025, but in a much modern way with, using the internet and using all sorts of devices to get TV, radio of all sorts from around the world. Which was a big contrast to the last presentation that actually had people, there was quite a few people that were driven to tears by that one. The last one was amazing. It's David Smith. David Smith is behind the initiatives of many stations that you hear on the shortwave bands that are broadcasting directly to Africa, but to small communities in Africa. David Smith is the executive and founding director of Okapi Consulting and Okapi Net, working in the domain of communications and conflict zones in fragile states. David is a firm belief that getting parties to any conflict to talk to each other is a vital step towards securing stability, without which lasting peace is unlikely. The current projects include the 4-country regional radio network in Lake Chad and targeting areas affected by Boko Haram, Radio Darasan International. You guys might hear that on shortwave. He's behind all of that, broadcasting in Kanuri and Kanembu and Buduma languages. And he has studios in Jamena, Maiduguri, Difa, and Marua. David is the founder of Radio Okapi in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Radio Minurka, the precursor to Radio Ndeke Luka in the Central African Republic, as well as Bar Kulan in Somalia, an operation linked to the African Union mission. So basically, he is behind stations that we hear on the bands, and he talked about the importance of shortwave in so many places in Africa, there's a lot of people that are just living in these little small, areas where there's pretty much almost no power and no water, no running water, and it's like these people have one thing that they can use. They don't even have a cell phone. There's not even a coverage of cell phone in most of the places that he goes to. And basically what he does is put on radio stations, especially some of the shortwave stations, to reach these populations, and mentioning how important shortwave radio has as a role in Africa, and that he did say that a lot of organizations that have stopped shortwave are very short-sighted in what they did. It's they don't understand how important their voices are in these areas. So it was a very interesting, because it's such a big contrast to the previous presentation, which was so technological and getting stuff from around the world on either video or streaming audio with different devices. Was striking, actually, to have these two end the festival. But I will say one thing, because I know that some people found that $15 or $20 was a little steep for a price. It totally was worth it. Honestly, totally worth it. This was one of the best fest that I've seen. And I mean, I've never been in person, but it's the 5th year, I think, that this is happening as a virtual event also in Zoom. It was really cool. There was close to 190 people registered, which wasn't bad. About 50 people in person in Pennsylvania. So I think if it's going to come back next year, if anything is sure, is that I will be talking about it, and I think everybody should register and go. And there's so much fun. There's a hospitality suite. It was a lot of fun with so many people, popping in and checking out, who was there and talking together and so on. Pretty cool. So, in the chat room, Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board. Says, Blurry Hide Shortwave Fest hangover in sunny Northeast Illinois, says Richard. MDK2, Matt in Colorado, welcome aboard. Nice to have you here. And Mike B from Bayfield, Colorado. Jean Arrache, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. Andy New, M7CUN from the UK. We have 54 Cal from Northwest Pennsylvania. RJDA Dakota from Winsville, Missouri. Nice to have you here. London 19657. Good afternoon. Nice to have you on board from Northeast Pennsylvania. We have YZFR1 Biker Perry. Nice to have you here from the snowy and cold Sherbrooke, Quebec. Actually, I woke up this morning. Not even woke up. When I went to bed at 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. almost, it was actually snowing. It was a mix. Sometimes it was just rain. Sometimes it just transformed into snow. It would go back to rain. It was like, oh, okay, this is kind of interesting. We're almost in the month of May. It's pretty incredible when you think about it. That it's getting late for snow now. We have VT Radio. Paul, nice to have you here from Vermont, AA1SU. We have Robert Varner, nice to have you here, KC2TEL in Windy, New Jersey. Old Radios, nice to have you here. Mike, WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. And Atori, nice to have you here. Richard Wagner, yeah, Pancho Villa was there, the pirate. And we actually, I had if one were to notice things, a direct link to the Pancho Villa show, which I played in the hospitality suite. But Mixed Radio International at midnight yesterday actually played the show, and the signal was very, very, very good here on 6925 kilohertz. You could hear it pretty well on the shortwave bands as with Mixed Radio International relaying it. So it was an interesting Pancho Villa. I had to, before playing it in the hospitality suite this year, I had to approve that it is playable, because in the past couple of years it's been, for some people, pretty painful to listen to, as it was heavily focused on, not just politics, but, kind of sex and stuff like that. So it didn't please. There's a lot of people that weren't happy. So the condition yesterday to play in the hospitality suite was that I listened to it to approve of it before it happened. So thanks to all the wonderful contacts that I have. I had an advanced copy of the Pancho Villa broadcast, which I listened to and then approved for audiences all around the world. It was not bad. It was actually good yesterday. One of the good Pancho Villas. So lots of fun stuff. Kevin, nice to have you here. Sarah Marie, nice to have you on board. Mike WX50 forgot about the fest. Matt says maybe next year for me. Too much going on for me this time around. Life does get in the way, and I mean the fact that it's and this is where I don't understand totally why the fact that it's a Friday and Saturday. I mean on Friday a lot of people work. Saturday is okay, but I don't know what's behind the fact that they don't do Saturday, Sunday, which I think would be more logical. But anyways, it's always been pretty much Friday, Saturday from what I know. Blogger Die, nice to have you here from sunny and mild Virginia. Sarah Marie, nice to have you here from Oregon. And had a lot of fun at the fest. Pretty cool. What else do we have? RJ Dakota, very cool. Nice view of everything you have. London, Paul the cat cam. We do need that. He would need to have one in the room where he's sleeping. I do have a portable one here that I could easily put at any room where he might be sleeping, and turn it on to show you guys. Paul. Brian Penny, nice to have you here from Cape Cod. So just got home from the Winterfest a couple of hours ago. Pretty cool. Once again, thank you for the penance. Arts and Tariffs, nice to have you on board. We have WF7i Homebrew, fantastic Naswa. Still setting up IPTV on my TVs and devices. Lots of good info on many topics. Absolutely. 57 Steve DX, nice to have you on board from Georgia in the US. One Simon, nice to have you here. Just starting in the hobby. Well, you're at the right place. And Hold Radio is getting his food. Thinking in a good radio to get better in DX, says one Simon. Blogger Dice says it's a very fine Facebook. It is. What do you think of the DP666 DEF6686 radio? I don't know. I don't own one, so I don't know exactly how good that performs. It uses the car radio chip for sure. So I just want to see it again. It's hard to say how good it could be, honestly, without really getting one. So, wow, they sell it at Walmart Canada. Okay. That's an interesting one. Walmart Canada. Seems to have several different versions of it. They look alike, but they're not all the same. So, hard to say. It could be a good radio. It could be maybe not. I can't answer on that particular radio, which I do not own. So, it's... thank you, Blogger Die, and thank you, Adam, for the PayPal donations, by the way. Okay, so we have what else we have? Mr. Stonegrove, just in from a springish Stockholm. Wednesday is Walpurgis Night. Okay. Interesting. Big intentional fires incoming. Okay. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV. Nice to have you on board from Wisconsin. MDK2 says, I should make pizza again. I hope I didn't make you cut the last short by sending you the photo of what I baked last week. No, it didn't. It didn't cut it short, but it looked delicious. It looked delicious. I can tell you that. Cool, Brian. Yeah, I was surprised. I was wondering what was in the envelope, and it's like, oh, look at that. Cool pennants. All day yesterday, I was looking at where on actually starting Friday, where could I hang him that people would see them all the time while the fest is going on. Atari, anyone have the Lee G Nav version 3.3 MFM VHF radio? It's about a year old. So if anybody has that radio, they can help out a friend here. Bert says, it was only my second fest, but was packed with great talks. I hope to get a link to the replay recorded Zooms. Yeah, you should. They should all be ready according to what John Figliuzzi was saying, that by Monday night they should be there. If you do not get the links, let me know. I'll send you the email with the links if for some reason you didn't get those links. They did have a few problems of quite a few, well, not that many, but there were maybe about a dozen people in all that said they didn't get the links to the show, to the fest. So I tried to go around a little bit, help out, because they were really busy. So that's why I sent you the links. I thought, well, you paid for it. You even showed me the PayPal payment. So it's like, look, why bother them? I'll send you the links, and you can go to the fest. TVDXR, ça va bien. J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Ron Simon says, here in Spain, I can listen to many African stations at night, some French, some Arabic, which is pretty cool. Lagadai says, fun little radio. So, pretty cool. I saw your review. Have you changed your mind? You're talking to Blogger Die, probably. You should have been there, Bert. David Smith's talk was truly inspiring and understanding how important shortwave radio is, for sure. Blogger Die, I write about having too many radios. Three Pistols, I was impressed with the presentations too. So yeah, they're very good presentations yesterday. At 15 it was a bargain, and even at 20 at the end it would push to 20 in the last few days. Even at 20 it was worth it, totally worth it. Mad Radio DXer, good afternoon. Nice to have you on board from UK, M7EIW. Marty68, nice to have you on board. Paul is very well. I tried to lure him into the office to have him sleep on the chair in front of me, but just didn't want to. Matt says, sounds like Colorado weather. Rain, snow, rain. Yeah, this time of year, it's a big mix all the time. Thomas Burdick, nice to have you here from Western New York State. RJ Dakota says, snow is okay. I've gotten snow as late as April, but not this year. I've seen it lightning with snow, which is a little more unusual. Yeah, I've seen lightning. I remember one of the first times when I guess I was, maybe 10 years old or something, and schools were closed because of a really, really really, really big snowstorm. And I remember being outdoor with friends in the park, and we would actually build snowmen in the snow because it was kind of a wet snow. And at one point, it was really, really snowing very heavy, and we got this big flash of blue light and then thunder. And I was like, wow, what the hell is that in a snowstorm? But I've seen that happen a few times, and big snowstorms particularly. I've seen lightning a few times in the snowstorms in the winter. KU, nice to have you on board. You've been really busy. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Yes, I will. And but I wanted to do a live show. Still, some people told me, why don't you just jump over a week? I was like, no, I want to do a live show. I know people enjoy it. And at the same time, one of the things I was thinking about is if I do a live show on Sunday, since it's a day that I don't do it very often, maybe some people that can't on Saturdays because they're busy will be able to be there on Sunday. So it might attract some other people at the same time. So Aldor Solog, nice to have you on board. Aldor from Norway. Thank you very much. David Stearns says, greetings from Kansas City. Could not make the Shortwave Fest due to son's baseball games, but highly recommended next year. Atari says, why would a PL320 cost more than a PL380? A PL320, I believe, is a newer version. I don't remember the relations of what came first or anything, but it depends what on all sorts of things. Sometimes it depends on the same website. The website might look at. I'm just gonna check Anonco here to see their prices on those. So if we look at the pricing on Anonco, which is where usually I like to buy, so a PL 320 is. So this is in, I guess, US dollars here. Yeah. So a PL320 and the United States, shipping from the United States is $54. Although there are some at $46.39. And if we look at the PL380, just curious to see the price. PL380. In this case, the PL380 is pretty much the same price. They're equal, the same price. On Anonco, they are both around $50. So the 380 is $47.99, and there's a 320 at 46 something. They're kind of the same price, basically. One of the things that you need to be careful when you look online for radios is where you buy them. Like, for example, if you look on Amazon, Amazon has these crazy, like, roller coaster prices. You'll look at PL380, it's going to be $175, and you'll look a week later, and then you'll see one for $45. It's crazy. It depends from where it comes from. All sorts of details. Amazon is be very careful of the price you're paying stuff. Sometimes the prices go really, really up for absolutely no reason, actually. Matt says, I like the idea of a Paul the Cat cam. So that could be something. Maybe I could set it up next time so I would be able to have it shown at the same time. Could be fun. So yeah, that's what I thought. The 320 is newer, so it could have different technology in it a little bit. Linda 19657 says, I have several home cams and lots of cats. Good for sleepless nights. No problem. One Simon. But definitely you got to be careful with the pricing of stuff on some websites. Sometimes it's crazy. Dave Newmeyer, N0KM, Mixed Radio International, had a parody of WWV, WWVH being raised and escaping to CHU. Rated, sorry. Yeah, that was a Pancho Villa broadcast. I have it here on my computer. It's the annual Pancho Villa broadcast from the Shortwave Festival. It happens every year, if one were to know these things, because use that phrase, is when Pancho Villa started being a regular pirate broadcast from the festival every year. We would joke among us that, if one were to know these things. And actually, I was one of those that was in the know for frequencies and times, and also I had the possibility to stream the parody of WWVH and WWV being rated, and they're escaping to CHU time signal to save their lives. That it was a good one. It was a good one. I liked the one. I liked it yesterday. Pancho Villa was really good. So this is an annual event. Pancho Villa is there on at midnight every Saturday of the of the Winterfest every year. KU says give thumbs up. Richard Myers, greetings from South Daytona, Florida, 83 degrees, KO4 OSA, welcome aboard. Nicole Phillips, welcome aboard from the UK, G6PGV. Always nice to have you here. Joseph, what's up, everyone, from the San Francisco Bay, California, touring around with my Uniden BCD 125AT and is Texan PL 680. What's on the air? We're going to check that out. What's on the air? One thing I want to mention is, because I got the question, and I think that's pretty much what's happening. So, you guys remember for 15476, which was the Antarctic Station LRA 36. Sorry, guys. So, there was talk of a new transmitter, and that they would be replacing the transmitter they have that was getting old with a new, more powerful transmitter. Now, it turns out that, from what I understand, it could have been some form of a scam, because they purchased the transmitter apparently from Germany, and they had a problem with it being stuck apparently in the United States and never arriving. And now we're kind of thinking, did they actually fall for a scam? And in reality, there is no transmitter. They just, got money stolen instead. So we're wondering about that, and the fact that possibly LRA 36 might never come back on the air on 15476, which is very, very sad, honestly. So hopefully it's there's still some hope, but we haven't heard from anything now for a while. One Simon, how many radios are too many? That depends on everyone, I guess. The numbers differ. It depends also on who. If your, life partner or your wife, whatever, looks at the number of radios you have, you probably have too many, starting with 2. But for yourself alone, that number varies from people to people. Some it's 2, 3, 4. Some it's 100. I got at least 150 here. So, it depends. Blogger, if you can't share the love with them all, you have too many radios. That is an interesting idea. If you regret not getting to use a radio, you have too many. That's why I try to cycle through the ones I have, and try to bring back to life some that have been on the shelf for too long. But yeah, it's an interesting way of putting it. SWAT Cats, nice to have you on board. Editor's Crafter's Kitchen, nice to have you here from Massachusetts. I have yet to be able to get back onto Facebook after multiple hackings. Okay, that is not fun. Jean Arash, I noticed the ISED is changing its question bank for the ham exam effective July 15. Will there be an updated version of the basic qualifications study guide? Surely, because so what happened? The ISCD is changing its question bank because Radio Amateurs of Canada and a few other people have gotten together with the ISCD to kind of update the question pool and see what are the questions that we should be asked for the amateur radio exam. So, they have decided to update the question bank. Same is actually happening right now in the United States with the FCC. There's been congressional hearings also on that because they are looking at so what do we do with amateur radio in the U.S.? There's a whole swath of spectrum of people. Some saying ham radio should not be a licensed thing. I don't agree with that. I think a license is required. It's better. But I'm in the category of the licensing should be easier. And so here in Canada, well, the licensing is still pretty much stays in the same category with the same types of questions, pretty much. Little modernized and, with our modern technologies of today and digital modes. But so usually when the question bank is updated, the basic qualifications study guide is also updated. So I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the year if there's a new updated guide for studying amateur radio. London 19657, Sunday might be best all around. Artist Out of Crafter's Kitchen says, I'm one of the guys that usually can't get on Saturdays. That's something we could look at sometimes. And see, what people prefer. Do you prefer being on a Sunday or on a Saturday for the live show? I mean, personally, one or the other is, I don't really care. It could be on Sundays and it'd be fine. I used to not want to do that on Sundays because I had stuff to do. I had, especially before the pandemic, I had to go to the CKUT studios with Sheldon for the International Radio Report because we do it live from the studio. And usually I would spend the rest of the day downtown and have fun and end at, late in the Sunday, and at a bar with friends and have a few beers. But now this isn't happening anymore. My caregiving duties are pretty much making me pretty much stuck here a lot. So now, whether it's a Saturday or a Sunday is no more of a problem anymore. So, we can vote on it. If people want me to change to Sunday, it'd be better for a lot of people. Maybe that's something we could, discuss and see what would be good. Do we keep Sunday or do we stay on Saturday? Do we keep Saturday or we, move to Sundays? It all depends. And if more people show up on Sunday, for example, it could be a good thing. I don't know. Blogger I had a PL380 for a while and sold it to get a PL330 a few years back. Amazon Atari is a is a one of those places where you got to be careful all the time with the of the radios, because they just go wild up and down. It's really a roller coaster. For text and receivers, often Anonco is one of the best places for that, and it's often so if we go here, it's going to share the Anonco website for those that don't know. And how much is the looking at the S2200X? Which, wow, it is expensive. It is very expensive. Look at that. The Texan S2200X on Anonco. And I'm trying to find what currency, because I want to make sure that they haven't translated that. And Canadian dollars are not. $372. That is, because it might know I'm in Canada. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. So Anonco website is here. Radio Experia de España 15500 and 17715. Yeah, usually that one makes a good signal. Michael, nice to have you from northern New Jersey. Here with my dog Fred, likes radio, and he has a red long-haired Dachshund. So cool. I love the PL330, honestly. Simon, the Texan PL330 is a great little radio. Really an amazing little package, honestly. So yeah, I would think about that one. That's for sure. David's Radio Room. Just want to thank you for your great presentation at the Shortwave Fest on Utility DX. It was very informative. I look forward to hunting around for more utilities. There is still much on shortwave bands waiting to be discovered. So, there's a comment on the chat that my presentation had the best audio. Yeah, well, I'm probably the one with the best. Most of the people at the fest that do presentations are not equipped to do presentations, except they'll have a little headset, for example, things like that. I do my presentation using my console and my microphone here. So, yeah, I would guess that for most, my presentation probably did sound better because of the audio quality things that I have here. But I'm the guy that does live shows and videos, so it's important for me to have the best equipment possible so that it sounds good. I mean, one of the funny things that happened is I had to get a Zoom meeting with one of the people at CKUT, because they had changed their website, and he wanted to kind of show me the ropes of the new website and, uploading the shows and stuff, changing, the descriptions and so on. And when the camera turned on and he saw the microphone that I had and I was talking, he said, "Okay, now I understand why you sound so good." So yeah, it's normal, because most of the presentations were done with simple, especially the ones that were virtual. They were done with simple headsets. It's fine. I mean, it does the job, but they're not going to go up and start buying audio equipment just because they're going to do a 1-hour presentations once a year. Totally understand that. I'm in a category that's very different. I do this all the time, and it's kind of my living. So what happens is that I need to have a better way of, having, looking good and sounding good, basically. Now, the looking good part, I don't know, but sounding good, I guess. And I got the voice for radio, too. It's like, I don't know how many people, the next door neighbors here that have moved now. One day we start talking, and, the walls here are very thin. The neighbor there hears me talking while I do a live show, that's for sure. And they had their bedroom there. And when we were talking, his girlfriend looked at me and said, "Okay, I have a question for you. Yeah, I hear you talk all the time." And I told him, "Well, this guy must be doing radio because he's talking all the time. And he's got a voice for radio." She said, "I hear you all the time through the wall, and you've got the voice for radio." So I said, "He must be doing a radio program." So I started telling them that I make videos, but also that I do live shows on the weekends. And so, and even they came here. I wanted to show them what it looked like. And they're like, "Okay, now we understand why." And yeah, you do sound like a guy on the radio. You got the voice for it. So I want Simon the Texan PL330 is going to be one of the best little radios you're going to buy. If you buy it, you'll be very happy with it. Joseph says, "Oh dang, yeah, I got some 15500 going. Too much electrical noise though." Art Dodd, nice to have you here. Art, K2ADC, New Jersey. Says I got knocked off online, so I re-signed back on. Chuck Davis, wishing Canada would get more shortwave stations. "I no longer trust American media." There was a discussion, part of the discussions in the hospitality suite. Yesterday we had Wojtek Gwiazda, which was a guy that worked at Radio Canada International. And we were talking about, how a voice from Canada would be at this time badly needed. And that would be so easy. We can't broadcast anymore from our own transmitter site because Sackville is gone. But the discussion went into we can rent airtime in some other transmitter site. An example of that, because of what's happening U.S. Canada, without going into politics, some people were like, "Well, I don't want to rent airtime in the U.S." So, a lot of us were like, "Well, it can be rented somewhere else. It can be rented by Issoudun France, for example. They have a great, transmitting site. I mean, listen to Radio Japan at night. Radio Japan sounds amazing, has a powerful signal all evening in Japanese. It just shows that, we could revive a small Radio Canada International and broadcast from, Wooferton, UK, or broadcast from Issoudun, France, which I'm sure a lot of people would get a kick out of also, because it'd be fun to have, have a little DX challenge of another continent for Radio Canada. So this is what happened pretty much. And but the problem is there's just no willingness. The Radio Canada does not want to do this at all, even though it would cost very little money. Because in the past, since the beginning of the year, with everything that's been happening, I don't know how many times I've heard, "Well, I miss RCI." And we know that RCI, Radio Canada International, was a trusted voice and a trusted source of information around the world. So, yeah, it's sad. Blogger Die, PL320, covers up to 29,999. So, yeah, it does cover more than PL380. So that's why maybe it could be a little more expensive, because it's a little different. So, Blogger Die says, "Receiving LR836 was cool." Yeah, definitely was cool. It's sad that what's happening. Matt says, my wife has too many yarn and too many Funko Pops, so it balances out. Recipe, nice to have you on board. If they fit in the house, it's not too many. Yeah, that definitely is also another interesting idea. If they fit in the house. You know, if I had a big house with a basement, I probably would want to have some kind of radio museum in my own basement. I would like to have several old tube radios and several radios of all sorts. Then again, I would also like to have a computer museum in my basement. So it could be, one side is the computer, the computer history stuff with, old computers from the day until today, and one side could be the radio museum part, So like WX50, if they don't fit in the house, get a storage room. Oh God, that's where I'm almost at now. I'll need a storage room. James VW, nice to have you on board from Monroe, Michigan. One Simon, 150. Wow, I would love to have a good and long browse of your radios. Do all of them do work? Oh yeah. They're all in working order pretty much. Maybe there's one that might not work anymore. But for the most part, they all work. Yeah. You'll be. I know some of you have been asking me to, do a live show at some point where I take out the radios one by one and kind of, talk about them and give the little stories behind them too. Sarah Marine, you want to know where I can pick up a Texan PL 680 aside from an Onco out of stock on Amazon? I don't know what the reason is not to get it from an Onco. An Onco is nice for one reason. They're pretty fast. If you buy it from an Onco, you'll get it at a very, very quick. So here we go. Okay, I'm back where I was. Dave Vosh, nice to have you here. Thank you for the tip. Simon says, now I have a long wire about 15 meters just connected to the telescopic antenna with a clip. Okay. Dave is from Fort Washington, Maryland. So it depends what you have on radios. Old radio says Sundays I'm at my dad's and I'm busy. Sorry, I got a little cat in the throat. I just like Crafter's Kitchen. Okay. Blogger Die can get a PL680 from Cato, USA. $194, man. Getting expensive. I remember buying the 680 for... I can get the 680 for... I purchased it back in the day for something like 75, a little more, 100 Canadian dollars back in the day, which was probably around 80 US. Adrian the Xer, I think the best option is for usual, whether you prefer live streaming Saturday or Sunday. Yeah. One of the things that I had thought of when I started streaming every week again was, well, I like maybe Saturdays because, keeps my Sunday open to do what I want. There's other crafters. It's your show. All up to you. Or I remember, people would always forget, but I remember, and I don't know if you guys remember, there was a time where I would alternate One week was Saturday, the next was Sunday. But the problem is a lot of people couldn't keep up with that pattern, and they didn't know if it was a Saturday or a Sunday every week. So I understood that it was kind of better to be on the same day all the time. So it could be an experiment to do and see. I actually am looking at the number of viewers. We could go on a run, maybe do a month on Sunday and see what happens, and I'll decide if I keep Sunday or not. Personally, I don't really care much about the fact that it's either a Saturday or a Sunday. John Beckham, nice to have you on board from Northeast Florida. Blogger Guy has Anonco has a PL680 radio for sale on eBay at $126 plus $285 shipping. That sounds like a deal. Yeah, that could be tariffs, absolutely, because when they send it, the radio has its price, but the tariffs make the radio, are added to the radio as they're coming towards the US. So probably that shipping includes that, the fact that the tariffs are like 145% or something. That probably would be the tariffs, I guess. Sheila, nice to have you on board from Belleville, Ontario, Canada. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here. Matt says, I think I prefer Saturdays for live shows, even though I'm freer on Sundays. Yeah, because there's another side out of that. The other idea of Sundays is that a lot of people on Sunday are busy, but they're busy doing, going to see family, friends, or maybe doing some kind of outing with the kids and stuff like that. So I would guess it could be as busy for people on Sunday, if not busier. One of the things on Saturday, if Saturday is, your work or something, often I go on pretty late, so it could be still a good time. I don't know. It's tough to know that which day it would be better. John Beckham, you really ought to research the Degen DE1131. Indeed, it is very sensitive and really a good DXer. It's seen the DE1131. Let's check it out here. I think it's here, DE1131. Degen. So, where did I see it? Oh, here it is. 4-in-1 touchscreen controlled portable. It doesn't have the highest rating though here. It's 3 stars out of 5. It's 54 Canadian dollars, which would be around 45-ish US dollars. With MP3 player. It has a cool look though. It does have a cool look. I could be tempted. Only 3 left in stock. Free delivery May 1st to May 6th. Sold by Fighter Star. So on Amazon. So technically, it could be I'm going to keep it in my cart, but not purchase it necessarily, and see. Someone had mentioned though that the radio freezes a lot. I don't know what you've experienced with it, but at 50 some bucks, I could be tempted in getting one and testing it out. One Simon says, I've read many times about the importance of the antenna installation. So using the right one for each band and conditions. Our Dot says, I have a ham and GMRS license. I agree with licensing, but if I have a radio that's capable of transmitting on both bands properly, I should be to use that radio instead of having to buy another radio. Yeah. Blogger says he used to read public domain audiobooks, so I got a decent microphone. So yeah, that is it is required when we do stuff like that. Sheila, polling the crowd here, looking to add to my radio collection between a Quarter-Cent DX286, an XH Data D808, Texan PL330. They're all about the same price, looking for something unique. If you if you have a radio with single sideband already, honestly, I would go with the Quarter-Cent DX286 because it is unique. It is also unique in its excellent, amazing FM performance. You would have something which is in a different class than what you'd have with the D808 or the PL330, personally. It depends what you're looking for. The D808 and PL330 are great, but the DX286 has something different, and it's that automotive chip that lets it give amazing performance on the FM band. So it makes it a good FMDX receiver. Works great on shortwave. Has a lot of little bells and whistles and menus. It's a complex little box. You'll have to keep the manual close if you get a DX286. That is one of the things you need to understand. But if you already have a radio with single sideband and all, I'd go for the Quarter-Cent just because it fits your description. Looking for something unique. It is unique. Then your neighbors comment on the fact that you're speaking English instead of French. I imagine that would stand up too. No, they've never mentioned anything about that, honestly. And actually, yesterday on the fest, we started talking about French, English stuff because we're listening to Africa when there was a lot of African stations. I was telling everybody, it's like, I was happy to speak and understand French because I could easily understand all of the stations in Africa. But Sheldon actually told everybody in the hospitality suite, this is one thing about Gilles is for somebody that his native language is French, he has one of the best English that I've ever heard. Not just speaking English, but the vocabulary that I have. He said, I'm amazed of all the words that he can choose for a conversation. It's really amazing. Blogger Dine says the DX286 is my daily driver and I have lots of options. RJ Dakota, can't tiptoe around it. I can't listen to the majority of network news. That's why I hang out on shortwave. Yeah. I was listening to the medium wave. I actually plugged the Westinghouse International radio that's right here behind me. Just here. And the 1949 receiver. On a couple of days this week, I used it all day. I was listening either to shortwave or go to medium wave. And of course, at night, I tune around the medium wave band, see what it can get, and it would get a lot of U.S. stations. But I gotta say the U.S. AM band is a big mess and way too political. There's Other Crafter's Kitchen. There is a gentleman on YouTube from Canada that does radio repairs that goes on anti-American rants that are admittedly uncomfortable. No, that's why we stay away from all of that here. We always, there's no place for that. That's not what we do here. We don't talk politics here. We just stay. We just stay here and talk about radio, which is what this is all about. Radio. There's a lot of stuff. There's there's two guys that I like their channel, and they are from Saskatchewan. They do reviews of stuff that they buy. They sometimes it's just giving their opinion of TV shows or movies, or they have this kind of style. They have a beer and they just talk. It's kind of interesting. But I stopped listening in the last couple of weeks because they are digressing from what I like and rant against, Trump and all of that, which is like, okay, look, we hear that name enough. How about not going there and sticking to your stuff? That's it. London 19657. I like the Texans too. They look nice lined up on the shelf. Yeah, they are great receivers. Absolutely. And they are nice little radios. Thank you, Art Dodd and Sheila, for the pizza fund. Much appreciated. I've received your pizza fund, so it's pretty cool. And Old Radio says I got a Philco Model 70 Cathedral radio. These are beautiful. Really beautiful radios, honestly. 57 Steve, DX, Saturday show on 1 week, Sunday the next week for a while as an experiment, maybe. I don't know. Just a silly suggestion, I guess. Yeah, well, I did that for a while. The problem with that's the biggest problem is people tend to not know anymore. Are we on a Saturday or on a Sunday this weekend? So it kind of, the alternating days kind of make it a little complex for some to follow. So, Sheila, my suggestion, you got a PL680, go for the Quota Sun DX286. It's unique, interesting. It's a different type of beast. One question. Which is the range of the SSB stations? I mean, FM is for locals or nearby stations, while shortwave could travel half the globe. In this context, how far away can I expect receiving SSB? So, first of all, these are modes of transmissions. So, the distance doesn't necessarily have anything to do, although single sideband signals tend to be easier to hear when they're weak. But it's the same thing. You'll receive single sideband signals from transmissions or amateur radio operators from pretty much all around the world. RG Dakota says the X286 is just an amazing radio as well. If you're looking into AM or FM, sounds slightly better than the average. Love the shortwave on it as well. Yeah, it does sound good. It has great audio. Absolutely. So, Old Radio Shango 066 has been doing the AM DXing streams on Saturday nights. It has the transoceanic from the 50s. VTA Radio, I may not be here next week. Going to Near Fest Friday, Saturday. And then an EQP starts at 4 p.m. Saturday. Okay. No problem. Once I'm in this radio world, there is a analog party and a digital party who stands against each other, or is that not such a thing? Most of what is digital is mostly for local broadcasting. There is, of course, DRM, but DRM is for me, DRM is a waste of time, a waste of spectrum. It shouldn't be. It doesn't work that well. So for the most part, a lot of it is analog, especially when we talk about shortwave. But there's digital radio, DAB and DAB Plus in Europe, HD radio in North America, which is not very popular. I think all of it's fine. It's there's no competition basically. Bob's Old Records. Nice to have you here. Bob, Saturdays you can have a couple of beers. Sunday is a school night. I prefer Saturday, not only for me, but also you. So Sunday is your day of rest. Yeah, because that's a little bit the way I was kind of doing it. Sundays were kind of I just relax and do what I want. So it's more a question of how many if there would be a huge number of people that say, oh, on Sunday I would be here, but I can't on Saturday. But from what I see here, there's no clear reason of changing the day right now. Blogger ID 1131 on eBay for $19.99 from Electronics. The problem on that is, and this is the biggest problem, is when like you guys in the US don't see the same pricing as here in Canada. So what you see on eBay that might be a good deal might not be available here or be very expensive here rather than a low price. So I'd have to check that. I haven't purchased anything on eBay in ages. Let me just go to eBay here. I don't remember last time I purchased something on eBay. I used to go on eBay a lot, but Legion DE 1131. Let's see if there's a pricing that I could see here. So, to give you an idea, there is, it doesn't even show up on my eBay listings at all. There's tons of Degen receivers, but there's no 1131. Wow, pricings that I see are crazy. Somebody is selling the original analog Degen DE 1103 for $282.50 Canadian. I paid 75 Canadian back in the day. It's like, whoa, you guys are nuts. So anyways, I'm going to check it out and see what I can find, but it's definitely interesting. I think I should maybe get the D1131. Vicky Pelletier, bonjour. Bienvenue. Nice to have you on board. John Beckham, Joe, perhaps soon you can review the Chorus NDX 286 again. Yeah, you know what? I see it on my kitchen table every day, and I'm like, well, you know what? I should take it for a spin once more and also compare it with other radios a little more. I think it'd be a good thing. So definitely that'd be something to check out. RJ Dakota, I definitely agree with licensing. There has to be some sort of rules. but it's made more complicated than it should be. Not many people are going to build something from bottom to top. Yeah, that's where it's the mining of all of it is interesting. I mean, Skip Array and 2EI sent me an email. He was there when in one of the live shows, and as I was talking about the fact of making amateur radio licensing easier, and when I talked about it, he sent me a pretty long email, kind of giving his opinion and point of view on the licensing aspect of amateur radio. And he had some interesting points in there, meaning that amateur radio is not to be an experimental thing. It's there to push us into learning more than just radio, but the electronics and everything. It's made to do that. Yeah. There is some points that made it interesting there, for sure. So it depends on how and what you want. We were talking. Sheldon Harvey was talking when I got my license. I mean, I already had a background in electronics. I studied electronics in college. So that all of that part of the licensing for me was not difficult. What was more difficult for me was much more, the rules that I didn't know that much about. What you can do, what you can't do, when can you operate this or that, or what does your license actually give you as permissions to do stuff. And I got 92% on the test. And 8 questions that I missed were either regulations or antenna related, because that aspect of knowledge is also not that strong on my side. So I expected to lose points in those 2 categories, but got all the rest right because I had all the knowledge for the electronics part and so on. So it's difficult. I was probably basing my experience of licensing of amateur radio much more on the fact that I was looking, we were about, I had 60 or 70 in the Zoom at the same time. And of course there was the chat that people were writing stuff. And every time we'd go through a chapter, the teacher of that was giving us our course was always asking, is there something that's not clear or that I should go back on? And this is more what I've seen was more what's hard for most people, what is difficult for most people going into getting your license. And that's where my idea of making it simpler on certain things, like the electronics part, because this is where a lot of people were totally, they had a hard time. Plus, there were some people in there that did say I never was good in math and things like that. So yeah, there's math in the electronics part where you got to know different things, and and then there's wavelengths and all of that. So there was some kind of I could see the struggle for some people, and people that from the way they were commenting, I think they would have been great ham operators, but I know that there's a fair share that didn't pass their test, or they abandoned halfway because they just found it a little too difficult to understand and grasp the different subjects on an amateur radio course. Uh, there will always be, whatever you do as a test, an amount of people that will have a hard time with any kind of test. So we got to face the truth. There's some people will have a hard time, whatever you ask them in a test, they'll have a hard time answering some questions. Um, I don't know. It's an interesting subject that I think needs to be discussed regularly to see what the licensing is all about and what you actually need. I think what is the biggest problem right now is we need to have stronger a test that actually makes operators much better operators, because oh boy, there's so much crappy operators on the bands. um, RJ Dakota, yeah, the quota send is great, but you do need to have the manual with you. Absolutely. So DJ K Solo, I have a Baofeng UV5R. I'm trying to figure out how to connect to a repeater. Yeah, you have to understand. So you have to understand the repeater input output, and also the PL tone, if there's a PL tone to connect to the repeater. Do people buy shortwave radios for FM? Actually, a lot of people buy a radio with shortwave and are often on the FM band only. I've seen so many of those. Yeah, the PL880 is one of those that does not mute when you actually tune around. MDK2, Matt says, outside of sports, there's very little care to listen to on AM radio. Sometimes I try the DX, Grand Ole Opry Show, WSM 660 out of Nashville. Hey, Kevin, nice to have you on board. Remember how great 880 WABC was? Now all sports or far-right politics. Very bad times in the United States. Yeah, I miss WABC, personally. It was a great listen here. For news and stuff, it was just amazing station. Mark Engel, they should get rid of the AM broadcast ban in the U.S. Yeah, or it should, I don't know. London 19657 says AM is just religious stuff here in Pennsylvania. So, yeah. Like I am surprised how sensitive some of the cheap medium wave, shortwave FM radios are on our FM these days. My $35 Z-Wish SW good is as good as anything I have. Yeah, those little radio chips are just so amazing today. RJ Dakota. Sometimes I still like to DX through the medium wave band. Sometimes I like to hear Mexicans and Cubans. I have a local medium wave station that plays excellent rock music, believe it or not. Pretty cool. I miss the days when there's these cool little stations on the medium wave band, that local stations with local programming from these small towns, which of course most of them have disappeared, unfortunately, which is really sad. This is why I like the Quotacent, though. The Quotacent DX286 FM is so good, it actually gets me many little local town stations around Montreal area. I will just go and check, as I think I heard Paul the cat meowing. Beautiful. Yeah, boy. Only 5 sheep. Only 5 sheep. There's a mad Paul the cat. He's meowing like you're abandoning me. Hopefully he's gonna come over here and I might be able to have him come on the chair. So is 650, yeah, Matt, 650 WSM. John Beckham likes that too. And then 19657, we all look forward to Saturday, so I'm not fussed. WF7I Homebrew, I prefer Saturday, but I would love having a second weekly show again, if that ever works out for you, like midweek. I'll be checking that out. We'll see. It's all a question of balancing out all that I do and having time. I think when I went to once a month, I think we had done for a while 2 times a week, and I think it kind of burned me out of live shows. So it's better to have one a week than, getting to the point where I'm not sure I want to have to do another one. Right now it's pretty cool, so it's fun for that. One Simon, the other night I found a broadcast that claims to be from California, and I didn't believe it since I am in Spain. From on what frequency? London 19657, still buy old toys. Some eBay items are at prices at which they will never sell. Yeah, I have, when I did my tech duties, and we kind of talked about that yesterday a little bit. We kind of got on the subject of eBay QSLs, people selling their QSL cards on eBay, which I don't understand why you'd buy somebody else's QSL. But we talked about prices and stuff, and I was explaining that when I was doing my tech duties, I had one of my clients that fixed his computer. He would make a living off of selling hockey memorabilia on eBay, and especially anything that is, Montreal Canadiens. But he would spend days just going around flea markets to get stuff that he could sell. And he was showing me a little figurine of Maurice Richard, a famous hockey player in the Canadiens in the old days, and that little figurine he was able to sell. He was actually packaging it. He was able to sell it for something like $175. So he was kind of an expert, And the camera here moved because Paul the cat has just passed under the chair. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, touch buttons. That's what I kind of figured out. Blogger died at the D1131 said touch, but I figured out it's not the screen itself. It looks like it probably is the buttons that are touch. So Atari all radios from Anon don't ship from you. Say nope. There are some that do. It says on the there are some models that do. They have a little USA flag next to them. When I was looking at it earlier, there were quite a few models that shipped from the USA. Andrew, nice to have you on board. You made it. Paul, come here. You ain't seen it, Bo. What else do we have? Yeah, there's the Google is one of the websites for that. That you can search for something that you're listening to times frequencies. Jay Skinner says, is the Ratty RF320 a good rig? I can't really say anything about it. Don't own one. I actually contacted them to see if they would be willing to send me something to test out. They said yes at first, and then suddenly no more emails. It's like, okay, I guess they didn't like the fact that I'm too honest in my reviews. Andrew looked at the Nikon ID50A and played with it a bit. Beautiful radio, $630 Canadian. Going to think about it more. Cool. What else do we have? John Beckham, notebook freak, as I'm always buying the bargain price $1.25 spiral notebooks. I used to buy those all the time to log stuff. When I would have a manual logbook of all the stations I hear, I would buy these little spiral bound books, and I have here, and I probably have 4 or 5 of them from the late 80s, early 90s, with all the loggings of stations I was listening to and I heard on the bands. Wow. What else do we have? John Beckham, yeah, cousin Brucey from the 70s on WABC, New York. Yeah, must stand to Paul the Cat. He's the guy. Jean Arash. Are there still AM stations in Quebec outside of Montreal? If you look at, let me check it out here. AM radio stations in Quebec. What does that bring me? List of radio stations in Quebec. If we look at what's here, so a lot of them are, of course, FM. I'm just curious here to see what we have and the bands. So FM. I don't see much AM, eh? And it's very crappy. What we have here in Montreal is a big joke, honestly. So let me just see if I can. I'll tell you. Now look at this. I have a hard time finding anything. And there used to be tons of them on the band's local little AM stations. There was one in the Laurentians. So there's one in Gatineau on 1670 AM. So Gatineau. Almost everything is in FM mode. Okay, Laval. There's one in Laval, 1570, which is CJLV. That one I hear. What else do we have? 600 AM. So Montreal, of course, has a lot of AM. Montreal. But pretty much everything is in FM everywhere in Quebec. It's crazy. Oh, Port Meunier. Where is Port Meunier? There's a Radio Canada. Port Meunier. Western end of the Anticosti Island. L'Île d'Anticosti. So there's one there. It's a Radio Canada Francophone. 11:30 a.m. And what else do we have here? pretty much went through all of them. Imagine there are two outside. Yep, only two AM radio stations outside of Montreal exist in the whole province of Quebec. All the rest, all AM radio stations in Quebec, apart these two, are in Montreal. This is crazy, eh? John Beckham still has his Seward on D108, and it is his number one radio in his selection. RJ Dakota, some locals play usual things in our niche. You have to really look for them. A metal station on 1500 kilohertz in Chicago, I think. Skipwave DX, nice to have you on board. Listen to AM radio on the AM band called Coast to Coast, all about paranormal. That always reminds me. That reminds me of the when I would go to up north to my father's shack a lot, and we would hear things like Coast to Coast on AM radio in the car, and especially at night. You know, that was every time I see an episode of X-Files and they're in some kind of wooded area, it always reminds me of that place, because it's like, you know, yeah, this is a perfect place for the aliens to come and get me. Nobody will ever know I disappeared. And you listen to these Coast to Coast paranormal shows, and it was like, I remember a couple of times getting into some stuff with, you know, alien abduction or something, and we were in a car and in the middle of the woods, and we just going back to the shack, and it's like, yeah, this would be the perfect place. One Simon, one question. I have a Panasonic RF2200, awesome, and a FM, awesome, but totally mute on medium wave and shortwave. It is an oldie and probably needs new capacitors. Yeah, probably needs new capacitors, and there could be some other issue as well. But if it's not working on the medium wave, shortwave bands, definitely something's wrong. Definitely something's wrong. What else do we have? Just go down here. Oh, D808, John Beckham. Yeah, D808 is great. Yeah, I know, John Beckham. Don't worry. I'm not going back once a month. I'm happy. I kind of recharge my batteries a little bit, and being once a week is fine. Archers, Autocrafters. I found my father's Curacao card for sale on eBay. Kind of cool, also kind of sad, especially after his passing. Yeah. Thank you, London 19657. Absolutely, we'll eat pizza on Sundays. There's no day for pizza. Every day is pizza day. Remember, if you like what I do, there's the super chat, like our friend here, London 19657, has done. And you can give me a little something, and you can also do like a lot of people have done, like Sheila and many others, Blogger Die, and there's the Pizza Fund that is also available on PayPal, and you can send a little something if you like what I do. Helps me continue, and it's always great to be here. So we're going to answer a few questions about some of the things, the resources online that are useful for anybody that is listening to the band. So we'll put links in the chat. Will help a lot of people. I don't know. Gosh, they're the only AMs left are Radio Canada 40-watt repeaters. Yeah, a lot of people in the U.S. are find it sad when the 50 kilowatters clear channel CBC English went away. A lot of U.S. People enjoyed listening to the CBC because it was the Canadian voice on the bands, and when they all switched that off to just put FM outlets, a lot of people found it sad that they couldn't hear Radio Canada or the CBC anymore. There's not a lot now that does, there's the Toronto French one, but you got to speak French to understand the Radio Canada from Toronto on 860 kilohertz. So a lot of people miss that. They say, well, when Radio Canada International left the bands, at least we had the CBC English on the AM medium wave band. Then in 1960, nice to have you here from New York. David Ward, upgraded from Radio Shack DX100 to a St. Jean ATS 808 based on Art Bell, highly recommending for so long. What else do we have here? 54 Cal says AM 1020 KDKA and 570 WKBN. I have good talk shows on Saturday from home improvement, cooking, auto repair, traffic. These are, these are, when you get something like that, it's kind of cool, So it's kind of nice. Jeff K, nice to have you here from New Jersey, N2ZNN. Lagardai says the DGen DE1131 was introduced around 2010. Well, that's an old radio, eh? Matthew DXer, any chances you're going to get any of the new handheld transceivers from Quancheng or Radtel? Maybe you can ask them to send you one. Yeah, I might be checking that out, seeing what's out there with those. Absolutely. We do have one from Radtel here. This one here. Which is a nice little device, actually. It's just amazing what you get today for very little money, and a high precision too, because I have a frequency counter. Was looking at how precise the frequency is when transmitting, and man, it's on dot. It's crazy. Blue Jays lost first game to the Yankees. One Simon says in here, there is only a few people doing that kind of job. Very busy and expensive. So yeah, I'll be checking that out anyways for the 1131. Who knows? Could be interesting. Could be very interesting. So I'll just put this here on hold on the chat. So one of the things that I was asked in an email is to share links to some of my favorite resources online, and so I will share some of these websites with you guys. Maybe some of you will find them interesting, especially if you're new to the hobby. So my first link is the one that I like a lot. I'm a list guy, and I like the fact also that it's probably one of the most accurate lists right now. EIBI Space, which is for, shortwave schedules and frequencies. It's just that it is a little hard to understand when you go through them. You've got to be, kind of almost studying the abbreviations, what do you mean, and so on. But you get a hang of it pretty fast. It's divided into two categories. There's on the left side sorted by time. This is, if you want to know what's on at, like right now, we're going to be getting at 22 hours universal time in a few minutes. So what you could do is, I want to know what's broadcasting at 2200. So you go to 2200 and check out what's on the bands. The other thing is by frequency, which is where I use the search functionality of my web browser. And so if I tune a station on my Yaesu or my ICOM and I want to know what it is, I just, do Control F to get the search function working. And then I just put the frequency. Like, for example, I hear beeps on 7850 killers. No, I know it's CHU, but let's suppose you don't know what it is. You just type 7850, and here's just says, CHU Canada, time signal for North America. It's 24-hour broadcast. You've got the information just by searching for the frequency. So a lot of times when I search for what's on the air, I actually will use this listing. I think it's cool. Now, there's easier ways, and there's one which is short-wave.info. Easier to search. There's visuals of where the broadcast is coming from. So for some, this is actually easier, and I will share that website, shortwave.info. Once again, searching for what you might be hearing on a certain frequency and time. Remember that you need to know what UTC time it is. Nobody in the amateur radio or shortwave world uses local time. Why? It's very simple. I'm in Montreal. You're in the UK. If I tell you, it's 6 p.m. local, Spain, what's 6 p.m. in the UK or whatever you are, or even in the US? What's, if you're in the West Coast, what's Montreal time compared to San Francisco? It's like, we can't deal with local time because we don't know what local time is compared to, wherever we are around the world. That's why there's universal time. And universal time, once you know what's universal time in your time zone, no more fiddling. You always know what universal time it is. So now we're getting to universal time. One thing that I suggest, I've got one clock here. Get yourself a clock that is UTC. Just buy a clock, put it in UTC time in your Radio Shack. So you'll know at always what time it is. I know it's 2154 UTC now because my clock is set for UTC. So these are really, really cool for that. And so get yourself any type of clock. Often what I tell people is, your radio might have a clock and, it might be there on the display. And if your radio has a clock, a shortwave radio should always have its clock in UTC. Because if your main listening is UTC, or shortwave, sorry, that's what you need. You need to have that time in UTC. You'll always know what you're listening to. So it's very, very important. John Beckham, I take it that you are thoroughly enjoying your little blue radio. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. I'll be doing more videos this week with it. Definitely having a lot of fun with it. It's a really cool little thing. And with the updated firmware, it's even more fun to use. I know that now there's an even newer firmware. Actually, I want to use that newer firmware to make a video this week on how to update the firmware of this receiver and put the links to where you get all the what you need, all the the software to update it, and the packages that will actually be the firmware to put in this radio. So Okay, what else do we have? Just checking out here. And Joseph likes shortwave.info. London 19657 says, I bought the LED clock gel as they're bloody big. Yeah, it's great. I love it. It's so freaking accurate, too. I'm so amazed. I'm so amazed at how it keeps time. Matt says, I download the EIBI's CSV file and use that. I resort it by frequency first, start time second, and by applying a filter to a frequency, it makes it easier to see what's on now. So that's cool. I know that there's some software also. They have quite a few bits of software you can download and actually put this that CSV file to have different ways of actually sorting out the frequencies. Mr. Stronger, Shortwave info also lists Sunday as day one, which might be confusing depending on where you are in the world. To me, Sunday is day 7. Yeah, I think for a lot of countries around the world, day 1 is meant to be Sunday. But yeah, Laggard, I ordered the SI 4732 Pocket Mini. It's supposed to arrive on Monday. Cool. If you don't have the latest firmware on it, it's the first thing you should do is update the firmware. If it's an older firmware on the one you have. Richard Wagner, I have mine on order and look forward to updating. Yeah, the often happens that these that calendars sometimes have that. Yep. And Simon, the TF6686 radio is the big sister of your tiny radio. Born Joker is shortwave. How a midget says goodbye. Shortwave. Artist Autocrafters Kitchen. Am I texting PL 680? I guess clock always runs slow. Otherwise, a fantastic radio. Actually, the all the radios, whatever radio you buy, the St. Gian radio, the Texan receivers, I still don't understand. I mean, they probably get their clocks in some kind of, there's this place that sells these, cheap circuits for the clock, and that this is what you do. Put a chip here, a crystal here, and that's it. But all shortwave receivers, it's not just a Texan thing, it's a whatever thing. I can't believe that they can't make better clocks on these radios, because, I mean, they are always off and rapidly off. Either too fast, too slow. It's crazy at some point. It's like you gotta constantly readjust them if you want to be accurate. And this is why I like this clock. This clock stays on on time. It's just amazing. I have not set the clock since I've purchased it, and it's still at the top of the hour, changing exactly there. I mean, if you have, when you get the beep, you're going to see that the digit will change to 20 hours and 1 minute. 22 hours, sorry. Look at the tone. Right on dot. It can't be more precise than that. It's just crazy. London Times keeps on slipping into the future. Yeah. Richard Wagner, if cheap watches can be accurate, yep. Not shortwave radios. Why not? Yep. Why not shortwave radios? Mad Reader DXer says just a heads up on the mini size 4732. Some have inverted screens, and if you install a firmware update and it looks in reverse, then you got an inverted unit. You will need the firmware for the inverted screens. Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing of this receiver is also you've got to make sure that you know what is the number, the model number that you have on this device, because if you don't know, it's a tricky thing to update this device. So these are all going to be videos that I'm going to be doing for sure. So I'm going to put the name here, Matt. So I got it on Amazon, and this is what I have, the XRE XS large digital wall clock with remote control, because mine is multicolored, that changes all the time, but you have this little remote with it, and so you can change it to a specific color if you want to have a specific color instead, and so on. So this is really, really nice, and of course it's good for Fahrenheit, Celsius, so depending on what you want to have as a display temperature. Really like it, honestly. I'm extremely happy with this little clock. It was about 50 Canadian, which must be 40 something, around 40 bucks in the US, I would guess, on Amazon. So no, it doesn't. Well, I don't think so. That the one that is multicolor, you can have it single colored and multicolored. You just use a remote control and the 19657. At least the one that I don't know if there is a single colored version, because I know there are some online that are single colored, but the XREX version, I think this one is always multicolor, and you can set it in a specific color, what I guess. Look at that, the Eton Elite Executive, at least mine has an accurate clock. You know, sometimes I wonder if the fact that the clock is accurate is not more, it's not more like you're just lucky you have the version, you've got the one with the good clock in it. That could be an interesting video. Put, you know, side by side radios and make a video every day on, like, okay, here are 10 radios where they were all accurate when I put the clock. Let's see how off now. Which one is worse? Which one is better? That could be a fun video. RG Dakota, I agree about one of those clocks as well. I set it up and haven't had to touch it since. It's been weeks. This is what we want. You know, we all have, you know, we were talking about it yesterday. Us radio geeks are kind of on a spectrum, a little bit of a spectrum of autism in some way. We're all a little weird in some part of what we do, and I guess this is maybe one of the reasons we're all in the radio aspect of things. But There is one thing that drives me crazy. There's a couple, but one of them in particular is if my clock starts running slow or too fast, it drives me nuts. If it is half a second off, I will take the time to actually set it again. It's part of probably where I am in the spectrum somewhere. So this clock, I'm so happy because it's like that was one of the first things that I thought is, yeah, that clock, I'm going to have to set it again and again and again. I don't know if you guys remember the clock I had before, which was a Radio Shack, big Radio Shack clock with LCD display. It would run fast. So every week or every time I do a live show, I take the time to, put it accurate with WWV every single time. So I just love the fact that this thing is just so accurate. I don't know if it's the quality of the clock itself, or does it have something that can, because some clocks that stay accurate use another little trick, which is they take the AC current. The clocks that you could plug in a wall socket, they might take the AC current to 60 hertz, and they will actually count the 60 hertz cycles to stay accurate. But this one comes with a power brick that I believe gives DC voltage, so it can't use that feature. But I'm just amazed at how precise it is. I'll tell you that. London 19657. Solar weather numbers on Simon's world map don't make sense to me. Could you explain a little bit, please? Okay. I'm going to do a little something here. I'm going to actually turn this on. And we're going to go to Simon's world map and look at the information on it for a little more explanation. What else do we have? Android extra. Yep, some have 8 megabytes memory, 16 megabytes. A unit with 8 megabytes cannot have the firmware. Yeah, you got to be careful in the update, absolutely. Kev Michael, nice to have you here. 8:30 p.m. XEUT on 1700 kilohertz from Tijuana, Mexico. Cool. Yep. John Beckham, I feel like building a crystal radio. Go for it. Old radios. I know I'm on the spectrum. We're all there a little bit. I mean, it's something that Bob's Old Records officially diagnosed as autistic. I can't stand inaccurate clocks. Kevin Michael, lunch and DX, perfect day, absolutely. Matt says, I told you how being a digital watch geek in the very early 80s exposed me to shortwave radio and WWV. I got very, I don't know about accuracy then, especially when nobody else had the right time. That's all changed. Now everyone has the right time thanks to the internet and cell phones networks. Yeah. RJ Dakota, crazy thing is crystal radios were fun because I had mine connected to an aluminum chain link fence that went all through the back of the neighborhood. It was awesome. Ryan Jacob, I noticed that almost all of my electric clocks run fast whenever the house is in a generator power. When I had to run the generator for 21 days following Hurricane Laura, and my clock was 15 minutes fast. It is known that generators, also these inverters that you plug on a 12-volt battery that gives you 120 volts in return with some power outlets, for example, from your car. It is known that these are these are not very accurate in their cycles for the power, but it's what you usually power with them. It doesn't matter, even if they're 65 hertz instead of 60 or 55 instead of 60. Your electronic devices are still going to work. It doesn't matter, but they are known to be to not be that accurate. And so anything that would use the cycles of the electricity to have accurate time, well, those are going to be impacted because the inverter or the generator is just not accurate enough in its cycles compared to the grid. The grid is extremely precise. It has to, because part of the reason that the grid holds up and doesn't collapse in power is the fact that everything is perfectly accurate across the different lines of electricity coming through. It's that accuracy that means that all the electrical lines from a power station are all going to stand up and work well. They need to be as accurate as possible. Richard Wagner, back in the 70s, I made a TTL discrete digital clock and used line frequency to do time, 60 hertz. Ryan Jacob, I thought it probably was related to frequency. Yeah. Matt says, if you're like me and can just listen to WWV, you're probably a bit on the spectrum. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I have CHU in the background. And sometimes I have CHU for... I'm working on stuff and have CHU for a couple of hours, and it's like, yeah. Blagadai, when I was a kid, there were Telectron electronic clocks where the AC line frequency was synchronized with the clock mechanism. I mean, we had, and we don't see this today anymore. You guys remember when homes actually were built with an outlet in the kitchen that was made for a clock? You would actually buy an electric clock that you'd plug in the outlet and put the clock there. Where I lived when I was young, there was this outlet, this specific outlet just for a clock. And which was funny when you think about it. Until, at some point there were renovations and we had, battery operated clocks. So it's like, we just put something over the hole and painted. So it's like, we don't need this anymore. But that was interesting. They actually made a specific outlet in an area of the kitchen so that you could put a wall clock. 555 timer. Oh, yeah. Andrew, my G-Shock 5600 has atomic time, and my Garmin Instinct 2 times has time set by GPS. Atomic, here on the East Coast, it's tough. Montreal, for example, any atomic clock that has to use that WWVB signal is almost impossible to work because the signal's getting very weak here in Montreal and towards the east of Canada. And the noise level is so high. So I got two devices here that have atomic clocks. And for them to be synchronized, I got to take the device, put it outside on the balcony or put it in the backyard. Sometimes what I did in the summer when I knew that the night would be okay, I'd put it in a little box and I'd put it in the backyard and pick it up the next morning, and it was accurate. It told me that it had received a time signal. But inside the home, they're never synchronized. Yeah, the inverters are very dirty. Absolutely. Absolutely. Black and I is beginning to think about something not entirely unlike pizza. Why not? Elias, I really like that with the new firmware updates, the SI4732 chip has the ability to don't have soft muting when tuning, unlike most of the DSP-based radios. Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's where they tap into the chip or some way. Hen Freelangi, what is the recommended way to get an accurate time for us in Europe? We don't have WWV. So, well, you could buy a clock like this and still use a time signal. There are time signal stations. There's one in Italy that you could actually base your precision on. So there's a few of those that you could still use. And CHU might be coming into Europe, 14670 sometimes. There's the Crafters. Sony ICF 2010 is only shortwave portable with accurate clock after all these decades. John Bickham has WWV on 20,000 kilohertz, Northeast Florida. What else do we have? What else do we have? What else do we have? Matt says, my parents' kitchen has one of those outlets. Yeah. Yeah. Madrid the Xer, I do sometimes think I am autistic being into radio and technology. Maybe it is a blessing if I am not. You know what? Because the spectrum is very large, and what happens is that when we are just slightly in the spectrum, we're perfectly functional adults. It's just that we have these little weird things that are, for us bothering. It's like people will look at us and say, well, you're weird. Why? It doesn't matter if the clock's 2 seconds slow or whatever. It's like, no, it is. For me, it is. I got to fiddle with it and fix it. But one of my childhood friends has become a doctor, and she specializes in autistic people. And we were talking about that at some point in we had a supper or dinner or something, and we talked about autism, and she looked at me and she says, you are on the spectrum. And I said, I am. And she says, yep, I see little things in you that tells me you're on the spectrum, but it doesn't prevent you from functioning. It doesn't prevent you from being a normal guy. So she says it's not enough to be a problem. But she said to me, definitely, you are on the spectrum, just by little things that I see. And I'm like, oh, okay. Marshall G, nice to have you on board. WF7I, I'm wondering who here has CHU or WWV as ringtones. That'd be an interesting one. Like I was surprised that an old atomic clock I found in a drawer, and they work well. I just put them indoors near a wall. Yeah, it depends. I've had success in the kitchen. Sometimes putting the atomic clock on the kitchen table because I have less noise in the kitchen here. Sometimes it's synchronized. Not every night. It would be like a 3 or 4 day thing. Every 3 or 4 days, I'd see a little logo saying, oh, I synchronized tonight. But always in the middle of the night, all the time. Never in daytime. So what else do we have? Let me just check. So thank you, London, for the tip. John Beckham, I think Degen and Kato are related. Yeah, I think it's the same company. There's so many things that Kato and Degen are exactly the same look, same radio, same case. I'm pretty sure that it's just brand names, but same company. Definitely. Kevin Michael, 10 p.m. a.m. 1000 Como radio from Seattle, Washington. Pretty cool. 1000 kilohertz. Andrew says, yes, my watch has to be by the window or it's a no-go for atomic sync. Yeah. The Stone Grove, the Russian RWM can usually be received. Oh, yeah, in Europe. It's RWM is a good way also to get your accurate time. Matt says WWV has a powerful 10 kilowatt signal on most frequencies. You should be hearing it on one of them most of the time in Europe. Yeah, I've one of the things I do when I go into Kiwi SDRs is I often go and look at if I hear WWV, WWVH, and I'm surprised that they often are easy to hear almost all around the world. WWV is usually not bad at all. So we'll go and check out our friend here. Wants to know, what do I have to understand off a Simon world map solar indices. These are always a little enigmatic for a lot of people. So let me check that out. Here we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch the thank you, Andrew, for the tip for food, drink, or whatever. So let me just switch to a different camera so we get close. Here we go. So this is Simon World Map. I use this to as a software that I just love when I'm doing radio, because you could see where daylight, nighttime, and so on, and it's just a beautiful add-on to any Radio Shack with my little mini PC and the screen up. But you might notice that on the bottom left, and I don't know if you can see the numbers, if they're clear enough for you guys, but I will anyways talk about it. There's a little panel here because Simon World Clock has the ability to give you solar indices as they are out. So what do these numbers mean? First, the solar flux. The top number is solar flux. What's the solar flux? Solar flux is the amount of energy that comes out of the sun at a given time. Okay? So basically, you will have a number anywhere from about 60, I think, is the minimum, all the way up to 400, which is a maximum. And it fluctuates often with, when you look at, the sunspot numbers, how many sunspots are there on the sun. Usually the more sunspots, the solar flux gets higher. It gets even higher if there's solar flares. But what they do is actually they are measuring the amount of noise at a specific frequency in the 2 gigahertz range. And they take that number, that noise, the noisier that frequency is, the more active the sun is, the more energy it's actually sending us. So that solar flux number, the higher it is, usually means the higher the ionosphere is actually capable of broadcasting on high frequencies. So the higher it is, the more ionized the ionosphere, and the higher frequencies are the most affected by that. You'll have 10-meter openings, for example, and even more. It can open in the VHF, low VHF range too. So that number, usually the higher the better. Usually, that's pretty much what you want. So you want to have the highest solar flux possible. Regions, that tells you the number of sunspots. It's not an actual sunspot number. Sunspot numbers have a weird way of being calculated. For example, if there's only one sunspot, one little core, well, sunspot number is automatically 11. It's the way that it's calculated. And so it could be very high, but doesn't mean there's 530 sunspots. It just is a number. But it correlates. The higher number of sunspots or regions, the higher the solar flux. Usually it goes hand in hand together. The more sunspots, the higher solar flux. Almost always goes together hand in hand. Not always, but it does. Then you've got A and K indices. So these two numbers are giving you a look at our geomagnetic field. The geomagnetic field, the K index, is from 0 to 9. 0, extremely quiet. 9, we are in a severe geomagnetic storm. It's as simple as that. So the K index is almost an immediate number. Actually, there are online measures, because the one that you hear on WWV, for example, or that is shown here on this world map is not live, meaning it's about the last 3 hours. But the K index can change really fast. So you want to have a more accurate one. So you can go online and look at the K index for some websites that is actually almost real-time K index. And plus, the K index has another thing that you have to understand. It's not the same for everybody. The closer you are to the poles, the more you live north or south in getting close to the poles, usually the higher the K index when something's happening. So a K index that is measured here is probably the one coming from Boulder, Colorado. And so if you live in, I don't know, in northern territories of Canada or Nunavut, that too may be actually a K index of 5 or 4. Why? Because the closer you are to the pole, the more disturbed the geomagnetic field is. And actually, that's why you see some green parts at the top here. These are actually showing you auroras. Where the auroral zone is, it's right there. So those regions, the K index, the live K index is actually maybe 5 or 6. It depends where you live. The higher in latitude you are, which means the closer to the pole you are, that K index can have much more impact than if you live in Florida, for example, or near the equator. The A index is a average of the last 24 hours. It's a number that tells you in the last 24 hours, this is how the geomagnetic field has behaved. So if you see it, 75, don't start by saying, oh, well, that means conditions are bad. No, that was an outlook of, okay, we probably had geomagnetic storms in the last 24 hours. The A index is very high. The real number to look at, the A index is kind of one that you just want to forget. The K index is the one you want to look at in real time. It gives you an idea of how good the bands could be or not. So K index, the lowest possible number you want. 2, not too bad. Not perfect. I'd like to see at least 1 or maybe a 0. But, it's better than a 5. So usually what happens is that 0, 1, 2, 3 is considered to be quiet. 4 and 5 supposed to be unsettled. 6, we're getting into minor geomagnetic storms. 7, 8, 9, major geomagnetic storm. And that affects the bands terribly. And DST is the overall way of the Earth's magnetic field where it's pointing. So that number is interesting. It's a complex reaction to what's happening. Depending on that number, the K index might actually interact more or less with our geomagnetic field. For example, we could have a solar flare that sends us a cloud of particles, but that cloud of particle, because of how our own geomagnetic field is reacting, can be almost blocked, and there's no effect or very little effect. And the other way, it could be that our geomagnetic field is positioned in a way that actually it amplifies that cloud of particle, and then you get severe geomagnetic storms suddenly. So that's pretty much what it is. The two important numbers I would say for simplifying things: look at the solar flux, think about that number, you want it the highest possible, and look at the K index and think about the fact that that number has to be the lowest possible. The rest, just probably kind of ignore it, because it's a very complex relation and interaction with all of this. So hope that helps you guys understand a little more what's happening. And let's go back to the radio screen here. So I hope you kind of enjoyed that little look at all of this. And here we are back to normal. Okay, let's go down. So thank you, Andrew, for the donation. Elias says, Elias says, is there any cheap way to eliminate noise from LED lamps in the HF band? I'll be very fair with you. It's something that you need to check out, because it's very difficult. You could try to put ferrites on the plug that goes into the wall outlet, but a lot of them might actually come from the power supply itself, the little brick that came with it. That's why I'm always careful. When I buy a lamp, like for example that lamp you see here, what I do is I plug it in, I check with the radios, noisy, I pack it, send it back to Amazon. This one is extremely quiet. That's why it lives and it's here. Like the ones in the back, because I've got these little colored bulbs. I don't know if you guys can see. So you see here, right here, you could see some lighting in the back. I've got two lamps there. Those are standard bulbs that you screw in. And what I do is I buy bulbs, I turn on the lamps, I check if they're noisy or not. If they're noisy, I try another brand of these lamps, these bulbs. That's pretty much the way I go. When you buy a lamp, make sure you can return it, so that if it's noisy, you just send it back and then try something else. London 19657, I've heard that normal people have less than 2 radios. That could be. KW1161 wants me to stay off the spectrum. Madrid to the extra, yeah. Well, it was kind of interesting. I know how weird some aspect of my way is. I've always known there must be a reason why, I am the way I am. But even worse, now today, I do these live shows and everything. It's something I would have been incapable of in like 30 years ago. 30 years ago, I would not ever have done something like this. You would never have seen my face. I would have been terrified at the idea that I will do a live show in front of people that are watching me, even though I don't see you guys. When I did my first one, I was stressed out, but that's normal. Everybody would be. I think everyone doing its first live show would be stressed, and that is totally normal. I mean, people in general don't like talking in front of an audience. Most people don't. I have developed, and I'm happy, and I think I feel privileged. I'm happy to have been able to overcome this. Even and I go at karaoke and I sing in front of people. Every time there's an event where someone has to speak, they all look at me like, "Oh, do you want to speak?" Yeah, I'll do it. It's something that I've been able to overcome. But it was interesting because when we met, and we haven't seen each other. When that happened, we had not seen each other in 25 years. And so we had met, and she and another longtime friend, we had a little supper. Then we had a little kind of party. They came over here and we drank some wine and just had fun. This is where we started talking about autism and I just blurted out. I'm pretty sure I have some kind of weirdness that can be diagnosed in some way. And she looked at me. She says, "Oh, since you started this evening, I see little patterns of different things that. Oh yeah, you are definitely on the spectrum. There's no diagnosis officially with of specific tests, but she says, no, you've got some little things that you do that I could see. Yeah, okay, he's on the spectrum somewhere." And you know what? I think it reaches a lot of us on radio. A lot of us on radio. When I interact with you guys, especially on a Zoom, when I interact with people on Zoom that are, with what we do, you see, you see why we are who we are and the way we are. It's like that, and it's fine. And you know what? Sometimes I think maybe that's why radio appeals to us. It's that voice that we listen to, that, the stuff that we can tune around without actually being seen or having to interact with anyone. I think that's why we are happy in our man cave. We're outside of the spotlight. We're just in our little world doing what we like. And I think one of the ideas of the spectrum is, why do you like chasing hard to hear stations that halfway around the world and listen to that in that, static? Well, these are all little indications we are a little different. Keegan DXer, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. Pretty nice to have you here. Take care, Art. Thank you for the donation. Stay safe. Keegan DXer made it back to Northwest Arkansas late Wednesday evening after visiting family in southeast Massachusetts for Easter weekend. So welcome home. RJ Dakota. Texan is also an original equipment manufacturer for some other companies. Yep. Yeah, definitely. I've seen AWA that looks exactly like a Texan stereo radio with shortwave. What else do we have? Bobsville Records needs to download that map. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Nice to have you here. Here we had rain all day. Now the sun has come out. We had rain all weekend here. It was cool and rainy. J Dakota, that's also why the FM broadcast band was moved to its current location. At one time, it was on lower frequencies that were more affected by these conditions. Yep. Yep. It's Storm Grove. Yeah, it depends on what cycle, because it's not always easy to. But if you can get an idea of what time it is, you can go online and say what UTC time it is. It gives you at least the accurate minute, and then you try to get the good cycle to get the time. So, yeah, if you can get WWE or CHU, it'll be better in general. So, well, like everywhere, Kev Michael, the K index needs to be as low as possible. But a K index that's rising will less affect you than people that are closer to the poles, which means some signals you'll hear that maybe I will not hear suddenly because I'm closer to the auroral zones. One Simon, that's not a website, it's a software for Windows called Simon's World Map. Low Tech 42, nice to have you on board. What is the unit right under the digital clock? Oh, it's a Grundig transistor 6001, also known as the Grundig Satellite 210, I believe is the model. It's a 1969 Grundig that it still works. Jean Arash, I think instead of just giving some spots in the IRR, there should be a complete space weather segment. The sun is not the only thing influencing propagation. Well, mostly is. The sun is mostly what it is influencing because it will have impact. It's what it impacts most of, propagation due to the geomagnetic field. What makes a geomagnetic storm? The sun. So that's why we'll kind of average the conditions, saying because when I do it on the International Radio Report, I'll have I'll talk about the geomagnetic storms that happened and the geomagnetic unrest that could happen because of some sunspots, stuff like that. I think it explains pretty well what it is because. The sun is what interacts with the geomagnetic field to make the geomagnetic field interact with shortwave propagation. In general, that's pretty much the way that it happens. Sheila, thank you for the lesson, Professor Schill. Yeah, you can go on time.gov or things like that. Every country has actually its own website for the time that you can go to. It's just that sometimes it's not 100% accurate. Yeah. That's where UTC comes in handy, Jeff K. We're all on the same UTC time. Kenneth says Jill would have been the unknown DXer back then. No paper bag over the head. Oh, I would need to check. I installed it about a month ago, 2 months ago on this computer. So it probably isn't that far off in the version number. I have heavily modified the look of the map and what I want to show. because I've played a lot in the menus and changed some of the settings. Dave Newmeyer, N0KM, picked up a used JRC and RD345 recently. Fortunately, it survived the trip. So, cool. Robert Varner, yes, we're all in a spectrum of some sort. You know, the radio spectrum. We're all in radio spectrums. Joseph, humans have always had the tech people who speak a slightly different language than the more social people. Yeah. It is a cult, Simon. We are in the shortwave radio cult. All radio, all the time. We're going to move to some exotic island in the South Pacific Ocean and be all together in the same place with radios everywhere. Antennas everywhere. Johnny Z. Fradley. I was the best man my cousin 30 years ago and refused to give the first dose because of stage fright. No, I could do it. Yeah. Yes, it's incredible what, you know, how, depending on how we are, things that you will not do or prevent from doing. I regret a few of them. I mean, I was lucky enough to have, in the 80s, I was lucky enough in my teenage year to have NR conventions that happened at the Radio Canada Tower here downtown Montreal, and that I did not attend because I was just uncomfortable. I was too shy. And today I'm like, man, you missed out on NR conventions at the CBC Tower. That must have been so cool. EFOG3, nice to have you here. Joseph, enjoying MIDI 1 radio, long wave 171 on a Middle Eastern Kiwi SDR. So, you know. Yeah, time and date. It gets you as accurate as possible. Yeah, no, you don't. It's a Windows-only software. John Beckham, I have noticed more stations around 15,000, 17,000 apparently crossing the North Pole with their signals. Yes, it's normal because we're getting into... So high solar activity, one. We have high solar activity. And we have the fact that now I should have shown that on the map, the North Pole is into sunlight now. It's permanent sunlight in the North Pole for the summer. So that means that the North Pole is, the ionosphere is capable of, propagating high frequencies as we get into summer. So what happens is that a lot of signals from Asia are actually crossing the poles on those high frequencies. I was listening last night, 2 days in a row actually, at about 01 UTC, 001 UTC, 17880. It's kind of a 1 hour Chinese music show. It's just Chinese music. And I actually enjoy it. It's kind of nice, little, beautiful Chinese music coming from China. It's CRI. And so it was coming in 2 days in a row real well in 17880. So this has to do with the shift in propagation into the summer here in the northern hemisphere. This is why, if you're a ham operator, why does the 20 meter band pretty much open 24 hours? Because, people are like, well, there's the rules that at nighttime you have to be below 10 megahertz. It's like, it's not as simple as that. It's more complex than that. And one of them is, well, if you live at a certain latitude, now 20 meters is a 24-hour propagation to Europe and Asia, because the North Pole is always under sunlight now. So these are all things that affect the propagation of frequency ranges we're listening to. And the fact that we're in that upper part of the solar activity in our cycle, it actually is great for that reason. Higher frequencies totally propagate more thanks to that. And it's going to actually be even more. We're getting into the summer solstice. We have, a little more than a month and a half that before we get to the summer solstice. So this is going to actually improve and increase over the next months. This is why a lot of the stations like KBS World Radio are better in the summer on 15575 to North America, because that KBS from South Korea transmits directly over the pole to North America. It's the shortest path, and that signal, well, now it enjoys the sunshine on the poles that gives the ionosphere capabilities of propagating. Where in the winter time, when you don't hear it, why you don't hear it? Because the pole is in darkness. It can't support 15575. It's too high of a frequency to propagate through the darkness in the North Pole. Kev Michael, I heard that Brazil has the 76 to 90 megahertz band like Japan does. I don't know. Really? Kind of interesting. Mike B, Ethon Elite Executives are on eBay and the $50 range right now. Then at 19657, yeah, I couldn't get mine to look the same. Yeah, maybe I should make a video on the different settings to change the map, change the looks, what you want to have on that map or not. Kevin Michael, I remember the Unknown comic back in the day. Wear a paper bag. Tubro Tim, nice to have you on board. Back in the 60s, our neighbor was into ham. When he would transmit, his voice would come over our TV on channel 2. 10 meters, if he was on 10 meters, or CBers, which 27 megahertz, channel 2 was notorious for that, because channel 2 is the second harmonic of the main transmit frequency. So channel 2 is around 55, 56 megahertz in the VHF range. So 27 times 2 is 54 for the CB channels. 10 meters, 28 times 2, 56. So if there was anything that meant you were transmitting a second harmonic, which technically you shouldn't be, you were interfering with channel 2. Here it was the same. There was a... where I lived when I was a teenager with my parents, about 4 or 5 houses down, there's a huge CB antenna on the roof. And that guy was on the CB every single night. And it would just interfere with channel 2 reception on our TV. It's actually, I think, it's actually the reason my father decided, let's get cable. I'm tired. Let's get cable. And we got cable, and of course with cable all of that stopped because, shielded coax coming to your home. But the back in the day, a lot of people complained channel 2 was the worst hit for that type of interference. So let's see here. Let's check it out. Wednesday's student match. Joseph says DX Island, probably islands, to be honest. We probably want our own islands. So we have to take a group of islands, turn them into the DX7. Jeff Gay. When I was at a friend's house many years ago, and I would go there regularly, and at one point he would tell me he'd hear something weird on his stereo. So one night it's happening, and I'm at his place, and he makes me hear what's happening on his stereo. It's like, look, listen to this. And I immediately recognized that it seemed to be some kind of sideband broadcast, like amateur radio operators. So I told him, I said, you know what? When I come back, I will bring a portable shortwave radio with me. I bet you got an amateur radio neighbor. And one night, I have the radio with me, and it happens. Start tuning around, and my hunch, if it's a ham radio neighbor, maybe he's talking a lot. Maybe he's in the 80 meter band or something. So he started with the 80 meter band, and found that actually almost immediately while tuning, it matched. And I said, look, it matches. It's this guy. That's what you hear on your... It's because also at the same time is stereo setup. He had like a 5-1 setup with wires going everywhere in the walls. I told him, I said, you got long wires on your stereo. And what happens is that they're acting like antennas. So your stereo is being overloaded basically by the AM radio operator. And I started looking out windows, and I said, oh, look over there, look at that antenna. He's just 2 streets from you. So he's actually getting into your stereo system. And we put ferrites. I said, look, we're going to put ferrites on the wires, do a few turns, and interference was gone. It fixed the problem. It happens. Keegan DX, remember back around the early 2000s, CB radio transmissions occasionally tearing up VHF TV channel 5. So that could be another harmonic of a specific frequency. I don't remember what channel 5. Channel 5 was... Channel 6 went around 86. Channel 5 must have been around 70 megahertz. Trying to remember the frequencies of the day for the channels, analog TV. But, yeah. Sometimes also it's bad equipment. The TV you have is a cheap tuner, or the stereo you have doesn't have high quality electronics. So, yeah. Joseph misses listening in on people's cordless conversations with the scanner. Yeah, that was kind of interesting. Who needs the internet? Well, we do need the internet to have at least some resources to find out what we're listening to. London 19657. I met my wife on the internet. Be careful out there. Kevin Michael, wow, Bear Island Radio on 1270 kilohertz Norway will come in soon again. Thank you, Mr. Stonegrove. Is there such a thing as catnip pizza? That's an interesting one. I think there is such a thing. I think I've seen somewhere a place that actually makes food like we humans are eating, but that is made entirely for animals. And I believe I've seen somewhere maybe something like little, small, individual catnip pizzas made for cats. Jeff K., my 2006 scanner picked up old cell conversations, drug deals, fights. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Kevin Michael been getting 20 meters in the afternoon and evening recently. VE5SAR, Hamnet, thank you so much for, says for the cookie fund. So yeah, we'll have cookies. That would be cool. During Amfest yesterday was horrible. I hate that old box of cakes. There's little cakes. Oh man. Cookies sound good though. Oh yeah, the best for Jeff K talking about phone sex. The best was listening to the cell phones Friday and Saturday night around midnight, 1 a.m. Best time. Drunk people, people on, these hookup lines. Oh, man, that was like, my name is Michael. I'm 6'2", and I like to go to restaurants and dancing. Oh, okay. John Beckham, has anyone picked up WBOB AM 600 testing at night from Jacksonville, Florida? Well, up here it's impossible. 600 as a station, unfortunately. Thank you so much for the donation, Mark Markland. It's so much appreciated. Much appreciated. Really cool. Jeff K. Husband and wife fights on holidays. I had a baby monitor, which was my downstairs neighbor in the teenage years, and they were always fighting. It was like, oh God, always fighting, all the time. So it's like, okay. So Mark Markland, thank you for the donation. Pizza Fun, and thank you for doing a live show today, the day after the 38th annual NASWA Winter Shortwave Fest in Fort Washington, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I wanted to do one. It's like, we'll just put it on Sunday, but I absolutely wanted to do a live show today, even though I went to bed at 4 a.m. this morning. And I still got work to do because I still have to do the YouTube version of the International Radio Report. Or people are going to be mad at me. Man. I was here. Jonathan, nice to have you here. Hi, and belated happy Easter. Received BBC on boat 21565 15310 via Madagascar and Oman. Just picked up on my radio. Cool. John Arrête, the Channel 2 problem probably got solved in 2011 when TV went digital, didn't it? Yeah, because they entirely changed the frequency ranges used for digital TV. So that would probably not be a problem today. But once again, there's just so it's just so people are just so connected today that I don't think it would interfere much. One of the things that when you're a ham, one of the things that happens is, what do people tell you? It's like, well, you got to set up. You be careful with your setup. You can interfere with people's devices. So and I got a few times people coming here and saying, or people on the channel saying, well, I looked at pictures of how you're set up, and your end-fed antenna isn't that high. You must be interfering with neighbors' devices. And I mean, I'm open about all of this. So the neighbors here and this building, I told all of them. I said, look, if something weird happens, if you're hearing voices or noises in your devices, or your devices start operating weird, let me know, because maybe it's my fault. I just want everybody to know. And nobody ever complained here at all. I mean, the only interference I hear is when I'm on 10 meters. I hear something happening in my coffee maker. There's something every time I talk, or if I do FT8 and transmit, my coffee maker makes some kind of funky noise. Probably there's something in it that resonates at the 10-meter frequency range. But for the rest, nobody has said anything. And I think today it's probably easier to be a ham for that reason, in a way that everybody's connected. Everybody's got either cable or watches stuff through the internet. And if you're on fiber or cable, those are shielded. You're not really interfering with anybody. So it, for the most part, must be a little easier. Although there are things that happen. I've heard hams tell me that when they key up on certain bands, they notice that their garage lights open. They turn on, things like that. My funniest moment with that is when I set up my FTDX10 here to operate. Now I've got a very long coax here. The FTDX10 is right here, and the coax runs through my window, goes to the side of the house and to the backyard. It's about 80 feet of coax before you reach the end-fed antenna in the back. And it's the setup is with an end-fed. An end-fed is known to have some feedback, sometimes some RF going back to the shack. NFED are known to be problematic in that way. Even though I tried to ground or at least find a way to do something about it. But I know there's RF in the shack on 2 bands. The first one is 15 meters. On 15 meters, my PC can freeze. My little mini PC, sometimes it freezes. And I think it has to do with the fact that the cameras have very long USB cables. They might be picking up some of that RF. But the worst band that I never operate because it's probably there's too much RF around here, is 80 meters. My transceiver does connect. I'm not supposed to be able to do 80 meters on my NFED. But antenna tuner tunes, so it lets me operate. But it probably isn't very efficient. And when the first time that I noticed something was when I put up my Christmas tree. So today we use a lot of bulbs. The Christmas tree has a lot of lights that are LEDs. So my Christmas tree isn't plugged in at all. And it's maybe 1 in the morning. And because I don't want to, kind of be annoying to the neighbors here, I do FT8 at night because it's all quiet. I don't have to, I'm not talking, so it's quiet. The neighbors, don't hear anything. So usually around midnight, 1 a.m., I know that I'll do FT8 to make sure that everything stays quiet. I decided to try FT8 on 80 meters. And at one point, I noticed something from the corner of my eye. I look at the living room and I see that there's a light that turns on and turns off. And I noticed that it goes with my transceiver. Every time it's starting to transmit on FT8, something turns on. And I'm curious. I go see it in the living room. One of the LED set of lights was actually turning on slightly, enough to notice the lights would turn on while I was transmitting on 80 meters. And when the transmit would go off, the lights would go off. And it wasn't even plugged in the wall socket. It was simply the RF power that just went into the string of lights and created just enough current to light the LEDs. So it's like, okay, I think I have too much RF on this band. So I've avoided to go on 80. Anyways, 80 is horrible for me. The noise floor is too high. But I've avoided using 80 meters as much as possible for that reason. Key in the extra channel 2 here was NBC from KJRH Tulsa, Oklahoma. Occasionally add heavy co-channel interference or static crashes from lightning. Helicopters, Archer's Helicopter's Kitchen says, my dad loved 6 meters and drove my mom and the neighbors crazy working DX. Was his favorite band. Yeah, that's another band that's crazy because it's so close to channel 2 frequencies. So Yeah, here I would listen to. So channel 2 here was the Radio Canada, the French CBC TV station. I would listen to channel 3 from Burlington, Vermont, for the Saturday morning cartoons. Channel 4 was usually empty, but sometimes when Tropo was good, there was a Channel 4 in Quebec City. And if there was Tropodecting on a VHF, sometimes I'd get the CBC from Quebec for a couple of hours. Channel 5 was it was an NBC outlet, was WPTZ in Plattsburgh, Vermont. Plattsburgh, New York, sorry. That was also one that I would check for cartoons and Saturday morning. The best DX channel for me was really Channel 4 because it was the one that was mostly empty. And that's where I did most of my TV DX years. Sometimes Channel 3 or 5, but mostly Channel 4. That's where I got Dothan, Alabama, Channel 4. I was when my first time getting TVDX, I was just so amazed. John Beckham, Alan Crafters was a great name in communications equipment back in the day. Jay Dakota says tornadoes tend to mess with RF also, especially on channel 13. Yeah, usually when there's tornadoes, there's big thunderstorms, and often thunderstorms are not just localized. It's often either a line or a front that brings them. And that actually creates all sorts of propagation changes in the VHF range, 2 meters, and even on TV, there was a lot of stuff happening. So, there we go. Going down slowly. Take care, one Simon, and stay safe. It was nice to have you here. Come back next Saturday, 20 hours ETC. Johnny Z, back in the antenna days, static on TV when an appliance like vacuum cleaner or blender would be on. Yeah, you can see the snow, little snow. John Beckham, I love the chocolate mint cookies that the Girl Scouts makes. Johnny Z say, yeah, I heard a hookup line once. BT Radio, I had a coworker who said a neighbor's CB radio was getting into her appliances with some foul language. I suggested she talk politely to him and explain which she did. Yeah, sometimes it works. Sometimes you could tell, especially the fact that sometimes when your CB radio is actually interfering with your devices is because your setup wasn't right. And you were sending all sorts of spurious signal everywhere. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you here. Kevin Michael Jill, I remember making mods to my radio to get cell phone calls in the 800 band. Now I used every radio, I can't get them anymore. Yep. I modified the I'm actually, I look at it now and I'm ashamed of myself of not plugging my radio Realistic Pro 2006 on my outdoor antenna in the back for VHF, UHF, and at least tune around a little and see what's out there. There's still quite a few little things here that can be listened to and heard. But I modified that by clipping a little diode in the front panel, I remember, for cell phone reception. I got it here. This one is also Pro 43, which still works. It is also modified to receive cell phone back in the day. I went into the circuit board and did it. I have a friend of mine, a really good with electronics, and I'm really happy because the Pro 43 has suffered one problem. These keys would not work well anymore. And so he actually opened it up, cleaned the keys, and put like a coat of metal paint that is made just for that, making contacts better. And so he actually took each key, made a little coat of metal paint, and then put the thing back together. And I mean, the keys are working really well. And since then, they've been always working very well. He was telling me he was doing that on many, many appliances that have these touch keys for contact, because they were getting bad over time. So it's been working really well. And Jeff K, yep, the realistic scanners, a lot of scanners actually had a blocking diode, which was very easy, in most cases fairly easy to fix. Unfortunately, it all came to an end when the U.S. made these rules of, you can't, not only does it not, it can't get cordless phones, it can't get cell phones, but the rule also mentioned that you need to have a device that cannot be modified. This is why a lot of people, we were talking about that actually, the ICOM ICR 8500 I got here, this is a Canadian version, or I think they called it the international version, but this is unlocked from the factory. It does not have any frequencies blocked. It goes from 30 kilohertz all the way up to 2 gigahertz, one shot. And a lot of US guys, when they would purchase one of these, they wanted to have the unlocked version. And I remember when the rules came in effect, of no modification possible and so on. A lot of guys wanted to have one of those. They would either come to Canada and go, like in Toronto, the Radio World, buy one there, and then cross the border and with their radios. But I still remember when I had purchased the R8500 here, there was a notice in red on the page that said, if you're in the United States, be warned, we will ship you the radio, but it might not get to your destination. It might be returned because it's unlocked. And there was that warning said, if it comes back, we will refund the price of the radio. We will not refund the shipping fees, because you're taking a chance here. So understand that you're taking a chance. We don't have to pay for you. And still, apparently, a lot of guys in the U.S. were actually taking the ones from Radio World in Toronto. And I heard once that about 7 out of 10 would go to destination, 2 or 3 were returned. And what they would tell them is, look, you were maybe a little unlucky. If you want, we pay the shipping again. You already paid for the radio, and we'll ship it a second time. And there's a good chance that this time it's going to go through. So some people sometimes purchase the radio, and there was one case I think that I heard where he had to pay shipping 3 times, but he wanted the radio, and the 3rd time it just went through. Hey, hello, Jeff King in Florida. Nice to have you here. Johnny Z, CV Channel 6 would be notorious for guys with 1,000-watt boosters. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Jay Waters and the RCMP is monitoring my coffee maker. That'd be good. KU says 144 watching, only 77 thumbs up. Something's wrong. Something is wrong. It's nice to be here on a Sunday. It feels weird for some reason. Now it's like a Sunday. For some reason, it feels weird to be here today. But I was telling someone earlier. I said, I'll be on camera again, which means I'll have been on camera for 4 days. Thursday night, and then all day Friday, all day Saturday, and tonight for the live show. So it's kind of cool though. Anything else? John Beckham, I remember the stereo music channels that cable subscription used to include, as one could make some quality music tape recordings. I remember that when I had cable, and I actually did this on my own. When we had cable, so we had cable, I was 8 or 9 years old. I think it was in 77 or 78 we had cable at home. We were one of the only ones in the neighborhood who had cable back then. I remember that they were saying, "Oh, well, we could hook up the cable to your stereo system for more FM channels," but they were charging extra because of that. But I was a little wise guy. I thought, well, what if I go and buy a splitter and do it myself? And it actually worked. When I put the cable on the stereo system, I was like, oh, look at that, it works. You don't need, you don't need any extra subscription. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Like I remember when there were like 100 music channels, elevator music. Yeah, definitely. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff. So Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you here. We have Michael Gilles Channel 4K CNC and Denver, Colorado knocked out our local in LA in the summertime. Reception changed completely when the format changed to digital. Yeah, definitely. Luna Loud, Maggie, Lincoln, nice to have you here. Says, never did encounter DVDX. You had to be there. TVDX, you had to be there at the right time and the right day for it to work. If you were lucky. And that's what happened when I'll say it. I'll always say it. I'm a curious guy. So one of the things that I did was try to find and listen to faraway TV stations. I got a kick out of, listening to stations that are much further away from where I am on the TV channels. And we had a unused black and white TV back in the day. So what I did is someone is I just lost my thought, the train of thought. I got an email about something. So anyways, I would use a black and white TV to monitor different channels. I just got a kick out of it of watching faraway stations on TV. I remember there was Channel 8 from Ottawa. Jean Arash, imagine how neighbors feel when their toasters start swearing. Man. There was actually a discussion yesterday about how here in Quebec, when we speak French and curse, we use church words for our cursing. It was kind of funny. Lonnie Luton, nice to have you here. Yeah, Kevin Michael. Absolutely. It's funny because that rule exists till today. When you buy a radio, it has to be locked. And it's stupid because there's nothing on those frequencies anymore. It's so dumb. It's like you made that ruling for nothing because a couple of years after, here in Canada, that was cool because what happened here in Canada is that the Canadian government, when they ruled on this, they came up with the CRTC came up with the notion that okay, no, we will not force manufacturers to lock radios. It's up to the makers of the devices to tell people that those things can be listened to. And the rest of the ruling was, as a listener, you're not allowed to tell anyone about what you heard on the radio. You got to keep quiet. And that's pretty much the ruling they made here, which I think makes sense. As I was like, for me, it was like, no, it's not us as a hobbyist that needs to have our radios blocked. It's the manufacturers of cell phones or of cordless phones that need to understand, well, just sell phones that are encrypted. I remember purchasing my first my first cordless phone after the one that I had, which was a cheap GE that I understood that, okay, everybody hears everything. And I could, when I would remove the bass, I was actually being able to make calls on my neighbor's phone because she had the same model. So when that happened, I was like, okay, now I want to be private. So Panasonic had a series of really, really cool phones that were digital spread spectrum. And remember, they were in 5 gigahertz range. So I still remember going with a friend. I said, a friend tells me, oh, what are you doing? Oh, I'm going to buy a new cordless phone. You want to come with me? And so, follows along. So we get to the store, and he sees me get the Panasonic, which was dreadfully expensive. It was like $279 for a cordless phone. While you had $30 or $50 cordless phones. And actually looks at me and says, you're crazy. Why are you buying this cordless phone for that price? And that's when I started telling him. I said, because I don't want to be spied on. And he said, what do you mean? And I said, what I mean, all these cheap phones with one of the scanners they sell here, you can listen to the conversation. And he says, really? I said, yep. I could go in front of your house and listen to you when you're on the phone. And he didn't believe me at first. So I bought the phone. And, I told him, look, what are we going to do? We're going to go to your place. I'm going to bring a portable scanner with me. And you're going to use your phone and kind of call me. Or, call a friend or whatever. And so takes his phone out. And then he realizes that I'm hearing everything on my little scanner. And I'm like, yep. People don't know that. But you're being spied on. Sean Beckham, Avatar movie was back in 2011? It was old. I don't remember how old, but it was old. Compared to the first one, has been a long time ago. And Michael remembers Muzak on Cable 7. Jean Arash, Cable FM, that reminds me of when I lived in Belleuil and worked at Radio Centre-Ville Montreal. The station was broadcasting at 50 watts, and I was able to listen to it in Belleuil. Yeah. Bobsall Records used to get Mexican TV stations when he lived in California. John Beckham, curiosity killed a cat, and satisfaction brought it back. I mean, I was trying everything. I was so curious. So curious. I can tell you that. Like I have cordless phones in my house, should see what frequency do you use. Yeah, if you still have cordless phones today, most of them have pretty much moved on to 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz spread spectrum. That's the important part of it. But I think most of them today, I don't think they're, well, okay, I'm going to do an experiment here, guys. I will go on Amazon and check out cordless phones. So what do you have there? So, yeah, they're all in the same standard now. For very cheap too. They're all DECT 6.0. So if you see that on your cordless phone, DECT 6.0, they're all encrypted. So nobody can listen to your calls. And you don't have to spend much. There's a $21 cordless phone on Amazon that is DECT 6.0. So that means that everything today is spread spectrum technology, encrypted. You can't hear anything. You can't hear anything. I wonder how many people. Well, there's still a lot of people with landlines. I mean, today everybody has a smartphone. But yeah, if you do want one of those, it has to be. But you know, like everything is encrypted, so. I'm still curious though. When we were talking about a few times, you know, cordless phones, somebody had told me, I said, do you think that out there somewhere there could be still some cordless phones being used from the old generations? And I wouldn't be surprised, like, you know, this old lady that refuses to buy a new one and has replaced the battery so many times, that still owns one of those 49 megahertz. I mean, here, when I'm in the backyard, I hear a 49 megahertz baby monitor. And I mean, those haven't been really sold much in a long time. So somebody somewhere possibly has one of those old cordless phones maybe they're still using. It's just crazy when you think about it. LVR Steelworks. In the 90s, every house still had home phones and used those cordless phones. Absolutely. Absolutely. Look at that. My Panasonic KX TGFA61, 1.9 gigahertz, has digital encryption. It's on the DECT 6.0 frequency band. Yeah, that's encrypted. Kevin Michael, Jill used to get cell phone calls on higher frequency. I would do mods in the radio after going to the tower, hearing the pings, and went home and adjusted the radio. It worked. Man, LVR Steelworks. He was the NSA of his block. I was pretty much that too. I was that too. Old phones use proprietary batteries. My phone uses 2 AAA rechargeables. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of old phones that had these weird batteries that you had to buy, and yeah. It was crazy. Kevin Micro can't hear anything in the 800 band. Yeah, here I hear some. The local ambulances are still in the 800. The bus, the transit system in Montreal, the buses are still using 800 megahertz. Actually, on my Pro 92 was a trunk scanner. I've programmed all the channels so it can be followed. Because they're still using one of the trunk systems. But in the 800 megahertz cell band, there's nothing anymore. There's really nothing at all. All the radios. I was too young when cordless phones were heard on the radio. There, and imagine one thing. Imagine one thing. The first ever generation of cordless phones were just above the medium wave band. My mom had a cordless phone which was on 1.7 megahertz, so 1700 kilohertz, that I could hear on my shortwave radio when it was actually on. So she would take it, and I would turn on I would have my DX302 tuned to the frequency of 17. It was using actually part of what is the expanded AM band today. Then the next phone became a 46 megahertz phone, VHF, which was the one I purchased actually. I wanted to have, I was tired of pulling on that string of that pigtail cable that you just really, really, really pulled on to the max to have the longest distance possible to talk on the phone. We all did that. Well, us older folks did that. Carlo Bogatak. Nice to have you here. John Beckham can remember driving south on the I-5 at night in California, and I picked up WWL in New Orleans. Sheila does what does? Oh man, cordless phone DXing, yeah. JJ Endo, let's have you here. Used to hear a lot more interesting things on the scanner. Yeah. Jim Gordon, one of my first GSM phones here in the UK was a Nortel, which I believe was made by a Canadian company. Yeah, Nortel was huge in Canada. It was one of the biggest telecoms, and overnight they lost everything, and overnight it just disappeared. Noctel was really, really. It was a big shock too when Noctel, which was so big and huge, just faulted. It's like what were those smartphones? They were made, and they were very secure. And before iPhones, who had a smartphone had that those smartphones. I'm trying to remember the name. They were extremely popular, and from one day to the other, when the iPhones came out, they just killed the market of these phones that everybody had. Oh man. Okay, Michael remembers cordless phones, 1700, 1800. Yeah. BlackBerry, thank you, JJ Endo. I was looking at that. I was searching for that name, BlackBerry. I mean, BlackBerry was big. The BlackBerry, I think it comes from Nortel too. Wasn't who made? Let me check out BlackBerry phones. Nortel. First of all, Nortel phones. So okay, there were Nortel phones. And wow, there's still Nortel phones today. I'm wondering what really. They're all like business phones. BlackBerry, which was the leading company, because BlackBerry was known to be some of the best phones for security. Apparently, there are still some BlackBerry phones that exist. They were huge, and they lost everything. The iPhone just literally swiped BlackBerry out of the smartphone market. Yeah, RJ Dakota, ship to shore telephone conversations were big back in the day. Absolutely. Back in the day. Blogger Guy remembers buying a wired phone from the local AT&T store. When I got home, I found out that I didn't actually own it. I returned it and I got one from Radio Shack. Yeah, we were kind of renting a phone, which was a thing back then. I mean, we had the rotary. Remember everybody had the same phone, that rotary dial phone. Everybody had that. Wherever I went to homes, family, everyone had that. But it wasn't a purchased phone. When you'd look on the bill, it was like, oh, we're paying $5 a month to own the phone. I still remember, that one was an interesting one. I still remember we had a phone from Bell, probably 10 years, at $5 a month. And it broke down. So we wanted to have a new one. And my dad, when he actually painted the wall, accidentally painted the side of the phone. And they looked at us and said, oh, well, it's going to cost you $100 to have a new phone because you painted the case. Are you freaking kidding me? We've rented that thing for 10 years, which is at $5, $60 a year. So that means $600. Plus, it doesn't work anymore. Who cares? Nope, got to pay $100 for a new phone. Man, these people were so greedy and so... I can tell you that. Carlo just got our Texan PL 680, and I'm really happy to have it because of smooth tuning, no mute. Yeah, it's a great radio for that. Sheila, does the Cordis NDX 286 come with a battery, or does it have to be ordered separately? You have the choice. If you look carefully, they have two choices. There is one that will not come with a battery, and there is one that comes with a battery. You have to just be careful and choose the one that comes with the battery. And yeah, BlackBerry, yeah. Longer die, research in motion, yeah. Wow. Dang. Olivia Steelworth, it was a thing of the times. Cordless phone, but zero security. Nobody even entertained security then. Nope. And it's funny because it was like at the same time as the scanner craze. And you know, sometimes I think it kind of went together. The scanner craze, so a lot of people wanted to listen to the local police and law enforcement and so on, but also at the same time, people wanted to hear other people. You know, a friend of mine was telling me how he had to tell his dad to calm down because his dad was hearing his neighbor talking crap about him. And he said, well, you know, I'm going to go tell him. It's like, you can't. You got to shut up. You can't just, you know, yeah, I know you're mad, but there's nothing you can do. John Beckham, electronics nostalgia tonight. Love it. Joseph says, when I lived in the Middle East, everyone used BlackBerry. Not sure why. Maybe just markets and who got there first. No, it was totally known that the BlackBerries were the most secure phones out there. They weren't just because they were some of the first. They were literally used. And even when the iPhone came to market, it was still known that BlackBerries were more secure than any iPhone. with their technologies at the time. So that's why a lot of agencies, politicians, people in high, in places where you really need the top-notch security, they all were using BlackBerries. BlackBerries were known for that reason. So, London 19657, yep, politicians used them a lot back then. Yep. JJ Hendo, I wouldn't mind more options. Everything is consolidating and shrinking now. Yep, absolutely. We're having less and less choices in almost everything in electronics, and it's sad. It's sad. We're losing a lot by having a limited number of companies making everything. Because innovation, where comes innovation from? Innovation comes from the fact that you have competition. I will make something better than you. But if all of that gets into only one or two companies, hey, we're dominating. Right now, just look at this phone market. Who dominates? Samsung and Apple. They're like the two big companies. And then there's all the rest. And all the rest is small compared to these two giants in our phone market, Blogger Die, 2016 BlackBerry Limited, renamed RIM, R-E-I-M, yep, stopped manufacturing and afterward licensed the name to other companies. Dave Newmeyer liked his Nokia phone. Oh, I had a Nokia that that Nokia, what was it, the 3310 that you just dropped on, it just flew, whoops, sorry. It just flew out in so many parts. You would put the battery back and put all of it together and it would still work. That was a phone that was impossible to kill. And I got one of the phones I loved the most was my Motorola Razr. It was so cool. It was a flip phone back in the day. I loved that phone. Jeff K, US TV channels were 2 to 13. In order to get UHF channels, you needed a converter box to 14 to 83. And of course, a lot of the TVs had 14 to 83. And then later TVs were sold. They would go from 14 to 69. Why? Because 70 to 83 were analog cell phone frequencies. So they actually took the TVs, and actually the newer TVs back in the day were channel 14 to 69. And if you had an old TV that went to 83, you could actually tap into cell phone conversations on the 70 to 83 range of channels. And John Beckham, the only Blackberries I've ever had, I ate them. Oh, man. Yep, you could get them fixed back then. Yeah. Oh, man. RJ Dakota, the standard rotary dial phone was built like a tank. Those receiver handles were industrial strength. Oh, yeah. Those things were extremely tough. How many times did your phone fall on the floor and worked? It was just crazy. Crazy. I remember how appalled I was when I started doing BBS bulletin board system with my counter computer, and I had a modem that did pulse dialing, but at one point I get a modem and the modem doesn't have pulse, it has touchdown. So I called a phone company and said, well, I need touchdown. Oh, it's going to be $2 a month extra. I was like, what? You're charging me $2 for touchdown? What the freaking... These guys were crazy. It was like when I would call BBSs that were outside my area, my local area. It's like, you wait at night after 11 p.m. because it was the cheapest long distance charges, Hey man, I got my phone today. I can call any Canadian and US number for free, no extra. I mean, we were being screwed by these companies. Blogadai, the DX286 has two versions, one with the two batteries and one without. Yeah, that's what you have to. My friend had the Mars bar phone. Yikes. Youch. Jerry Hart, my parents had a black phone rented with a dial hardwired to the wall. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because at first there wasn't like those phone jacks. At first, the wires were the phone was wired directly into the wall. It's later that then they actually had that phone jack finally. One thing that I would do, Artist Alcrater says the metal clip of a rotary dial phone made a great ground for radios in a pinch. And you know what? What I do is when I built a crystal radio, I would put the wire around that metal clip, and I would start getting tons of stations on my crystal radio. Black and I, story about Codicin and batteries. When they started selling radios with batteries on Amazon, Amazon's system said that they were hazardous because of the battery. Oh, God, yeah. Johnny, yeah, local scanner drama. Absolutely. Black and I says Codicin provided specifications to Amazon and the radios were allowed, but some in the Amazon warehouse were marked as not saleable. Oh, wow. And so could not be sold. Incredible. London 657 says my dad fitted an illegal landline extension. It did work, but he got a shock while doing it. Yeah, the cranberries. Yep, John Bacon. Yeah, TV sets all look the same. Absolutely. There's no more, designs or anything. Jean Arash, lack of competition is why Canada is the most expensive internet in the world. Yep. Like I had a house with aluminum. Just go back up. Aluminum siding. When they installed an upstairs phone, they nicked the cable and stapled it to the siding. I had a plus 40 volt on my siding. I got shocked once. Youch. Sheila, Motorola Razr was all the rage back in 2003. Yeah, I was doing cell phone support back in the day. Oh man, I loved that phone. Jerry Art got a Google Pixel 9a cell phone released a couple of weeks ago. Doug Noble, nice to have you here, Doug. Doug, actually, I remember hearing a ham conversation on Channel 2 when I was a kid. Yeah, it was possible, especially either a 50 megahertz 6 meter or one of those 10 meters. LVR still works. Some of those phones prior to the smartphone era were slick in design and build quality. I have a drawer full of them simply because I admire them. Bulletproof phones. Yep. Dave Neumeyer, I bet that within 5 years, most of us will have embedded chips. Like my cat, will have a chip like Paul the cat has to be identified. Blogger Dice says, I had a big old Motorola portable phone my boss called it my shoe phone. Oh, man. All radios, all those 976 hotlines that were just pre-recorded audio. Yeah. Matt says everything you're saying is why AT&T was broken up in an illegal monopoly. Yeah, it was crazy back then. You didn't have a choice. You had one company. The the long distance, they were ripping us off by long distance. It was just crazy. And, you know, you couldn't, there was no other choice. There was no other choice. It's the same way here in Montreal with cable a long time ago. When we got cable back in the day, depending on where you lived, you had only one choice. There was Videotron, which is what actually I use here right now, which is a Quebec telecom company. And there was something called CF Cable TV or something. It was a different, but they weren't on. None of them would be on the same territory. They would actually be on two different territories, so as not to compete to each other. It's only in the late 80s, I believe, that the Videotron purchased the other company and finally became one big company. But at least today you have choices. Back in the day, there was no choices. You had phone from Bell, that's it. You had cable TV from Videotron, that's it. There was no competition possible. You couldn't get anything from anybody else back in the day here. At least there's, you know, it's not great. Choices we have are not the best, but at least there's choices, a little bit of choices. Johnny Z, AT&T commercial. Take 10 minutes to stay in touch. Oh, man. Jim Gordon had a Motorola Memphis, a phone described in a review as, "It ain't nothing but a hound dog." Oh, God. Oh, man. Yeah, hardwired to the wall. Kamikaze76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. We've digressed into old days of technologies and phones. Oh, man. It's just crazy. Hey, Bob. Nice to have you here. There's Other Crafter's Kitchen. I remember when some neighbors shared the same phone lines as a party line to save money. Oh, God. Well, you know, that brings us to the old days of phones when a whole street was on the same line. So if somebody was making a call, anybody else picking up their own phone could hear the conversations. There's a lot of people snooping on other people back then. Jeff K, my mother, bless her soul, loved to talk. She never hang up, so 8 hours later the battery would die. I had to run upstairs to get the one from her room so she could continue. Well, my mom was on the phone all the time, also, and that wasn't a problem until I got a computer and a modem, and now I started making calls to BBSs, and sometimes I would download a file that took hours, and she started saying, "Well, you know, people are telling me that they can't talk to me because it's always busy." And that's because of you. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to get my own phone line. And that's when I got my phone line. And the funny story is, on my cell phone, the phone number I'm using is the same phone number from my first phone line from back in 1988, 89. Crazy. Oh, yeah, cell phones that had two-way walkie-talkie features. Okay, Michael, last week I took the Pro 525 and the PL990 and tried to get signals from the cell tower. There was nothing on both radios. Yeah, it's GSM. It's very, very wide spectrum. I see them when I actually tune in 1.9 gigahertz range on my ICOM here. I could see the S meter kind of going wild. And there's some kind of weird noise, but... Yeah. Yeah, TV used to be radios too. TVs and radios used to be pieces of furniture a long time ago. You would buy a TV because it was with going well with your living room decor, and radios the same. Today little plasticky radios, they're cute. I find them cute, but you don't leave your radio in the living room because it's nice on the table and on the coffee table. You just take it back to your shack. Back in the day, you'd buy that big cathedral radio or whatever, wooden, case radio. You would buy a TV that had some weird, funky design to it. That maybe it was a whole set with the TV and the record player. It was it fitted in the decor of your living room. They were made as not just an appliance; they were part of the design of your living room. Bob says, my first smartphone was a wee orange Firefox OS phone, yet another mismanaged Firefox. Wow, I remember something about that. Wow, you're bringing back some memory of this thing. Matt says there was a real scam with landline service in that in-state long-distance calls were all through the phone company and were much more expensive than out-of-state calls. And, I still remember, and some of you might have lived through that. You would call, which should have been a local call. So, like here, I remember there was a funky thing where you're in Montreal and you call that region, which is just next to Montreal. It's supposed to be in the free zone, but no, it has a different number, and so it's it's a long distance. And a lot of people found out on their own after speaking for hours. Oh, but that person is just right there next to me. There was a case, I believe, that it was even like a neighborhood, like a couple of streets. A couple of streets. Two people would call themselves, they were long distance. I was like, what the hell is that? Like I finally got fiber a couple of years ago. John Barnard, too many choices, some would say. RJ Dakota, I still remember calling Radio RSA's New Year's call-in show and remember that the phone bill was lower than a long-distance local call between two USA cities. Thank God. That's crazy. I remember calling Radio St. Helena on their Radio St. Helena Day. And I guess I was on the phone for 5 minutes, the waiting time before they get me on the air. And then it was the actual call. Probably, 15 or $20. It was. I remember looking at the bill and was like, wow, 5 minutes to St. Helena, $20. Jerry Hard remembers calling another number 20 miles away was a toll call. Yep. Yeah. I'll be back in a second, guys. Okay, I'm back. A little caregiver moment, sorry. And take care of a few things. So, okay. What else we have? Okay, so what else do we have? What do we have? Take care, Keegan the Xer. Nice to have you on board. Kamikaze. Remember when the phone company charged long distance to call your city next door? You could pay $15 per month for unlimited, and then it was ruled illegal. Well, not that old, less than 50, and I remember many people couldn't afford a landline. They relied on the telephone box on the street. Yeah. The phone booth. Take care, Blogger. Okay, Michael, what is in the 2 gigahertz range? What can be heard? There's a few services that have started using that range, but for the most part, there's not a lot of stuff that you will be tuning around. It's like when they were selling these scanner radios, and they were saying that the scanner radios would go to 1.3 gigahertz. It's kind of a scam because, there's nothing much to hear between these things. There's a few. If you have a radio like the Icon, for example, which has single sideband and all, what you can hear, there are a few satellite things that you can decode, like the NOAA weather satellites, although they're on 137 megahertz, have also some signals and some decodable data on the 1.6 gigahertz and the 2 gigahertz range also. Things like that. But overall, not that much. Sean Arash, I used to have a friend in Montreal who had a Counter 64. He used to patch 2 phone lines together. I could call Laval from Belleuil for free. I was offered, actually, as a guy in Montreal that had my own phone line, I was offered to do that. When my phone line was not used, he could link to my phone line so that people on the other side could actually call. I remember that happening. I still remember, when we talk about consolidation of brands. My fridge is a Maytag, and the exchange fan failed. So I had a special back in the day because I had like a rebate, a few things that they gave us a rebate, so I paid like $600 for the fridge, which I'm still using, and that's back in 2009, 8, 9. In about 2015, the fridge fan failed, and I was like, "Come on, it's not even freaking 10 years old." So I started looking, and of course, YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. Fridge repair guy says, "Oh, that Maytag model number. What fails all the time? The exchange fan." So it's like, "Oh, yeah, my exchange fan is actually not working." So I follow all the video to, dismantle half of the fridge to get to the fan, and that's where I learned that the brand of your fridge doesn't matter. They're all made by Whirlpool. And I said, "What?" "Yeah, Whirlpool makes everything. Whatever brand you just bought, It's a Whirlpool. They just slapped that brand like Maytag on it. So the guy told me, I have a $35 fan. It's Whirlpool. If you are good with like fiddling a little bit to fit it, because it's not exactly the same fit, if you know how to deal with that, it's going to work. It's going to be fine. And I bought that fan. I remember I took my drill, had to drill 2 extra holes so that the screws would fit, and put that fan, and it's been working since. But when I called a repair guy, well, if it's the fan, and I have to go to the service call and everything, a total is going to be like about $450. It's a $600 fridge. And my hand was like, I'm going to buy a new fridge. I'm sorry, but no, I'm not paying $450. And that's where I started looking on YouTube and everything. I was like, okay, well, I fixed it myself for $35. But how many people threw away a device, a fridge, whatever, because you just don't know, and people are not John Barnard, where on Shortwave can we listen to Canadian election results? Wow, on Shortwave. Oh, see, if you're close enough to hear CFRX 6070 in Toronto, you'll hear that there. But for the rest, on Shortwave, the BBC actually often will be giving out results of Canadian elections. BBC is pretty open and pretty informative about Canadian politics most of the time. We pretty much already know the outcome, but Is Sanyo still around? I don't know. I started with a 300 baud, went to the 1200. I had a 2400 with a JVC 2400. I was one of the only guys with a Commodore 64 working with I was actually a Commodore 128 running a 2400, which was the fastest that you could do, because faster than that, the computer couldn't handle the speed of the data. Then, of course, on the PC, I would buy all the latest, modems to get faster and faster all the time. Yeah, Kenwin made stuff for Sears. Absolutely. Bob says the same with a lot of food stuff. One company makes them all, and they just put different labels on the batches. Yeah. It's just crazy. Absolutely, it was pretty crazy. Scattered Phoenix, nice to have you on board. Sanyo Transworld back in the day, wow. I remember what was mentioned to me at the repair shop where they sold the parts, that pretty much everything was Whirlpool. They owned everything. That's crazy. Yeah, GRE made a lot of radios and scanner radios for Radio Shack under the Realistic brand back in the day in Taiwan. Yeah, it's an ongoing battle. So there was a quick reminder of VOA. What happened is that they Voice of America judge ordered the U.S. Administration to have everybody go back to work and put back on the air Voice of America and all of the stations. And of course, it didn't happen. And now there's another ruling. Like they went to a judge and said, no, we can't really. And they had like pages of reasons why they couldn't do it. And the judge refused that and said, nope, these are not valid reasons. You have to put them back on the air. Problem is, the administration right now is not listening to any court ruling. So what will happen? I don't know. We did have a interesting conversation in the hospitality suite yesterday because we were worried about the state of the Greenville, North Carolina transmitter site. Apparently, there is one guy there that is taking care of the transmitters, which is actually giving us hope that maybe the transmitter shut down. And actually, some even mentioned that the transmitter cooling system and all of that might actually still be at work, which means the transmitters are in a state where they're not transmitting, but they are not damaged and they are taken care of, which would be good if ever they would come back because it will make things easier to have the transmitter put back on the air. Oh, Magnavox, yeah. Magnavox, Philips, yeah. Pretty crazy. Yeah, for now, the VOA is silent everywhere. No, the Jean Arrache, from what we learned yesterday, the transmitters are probably in good shape. There's rumors that there's actually someone said he knows that somebody is still there taking care of them, and one of the rumors is that they are still in a working state. They're still being cooled because the transmitters are never shut down completely. And apparently they're still not shut down. They're in a state where they're being cooled, and that and a flip of a switch, apparently they could come back. And that's what we had yesterday when we talked about all of it at the Shortwave Fest, for sure. Well, Jeff K, most people in the United States don't know Voice of America, what VOA is. It's a majority of people. It's the same here in Canada. When Radio Canada International existed, a handful of people knew that Radio Canada International, what it was. Most people had no idea of its existence. Carlo, hi. I have a question as a blind person about nickel metal hydride batteries. Do you need to fully discharge them and then recharge to full? I'm using the Texan built-in charger. Nope. Nickel metal hydride batteries, you just when you use the radio, you just plug that in and charge them to full again. You don't have to wait. They don't have memory effect. You just charge them full when you want to charge them, and that's it. There's no need to discharge them full. If you do discharge the battery to zero, it actually is bad for a nickel metal hydride. They will actually have less cycles if you do that. So if you use the radio, like 2 hours, you stop using the radio, plug it in, charge it. It's going to charge to 100% and always have the good batteries. There was one of the interesting things that we talked yesterday. David Smith, that had that presentation about all these stations he put on the air. We asked him what he thinks about the VOA decision to shut down, or the government decision to shut down VOA. And he smiled and came back and said, you know what? People in Africa do not trust the Voice of America as a news source. But they do like the Voice of America for the music. And if you guys remember, there's a lot of music programs on Voice of America. So what he said is the people that he deals with on the shortwave side of things listen to VOA for the music, but when they want to hear news, they would switch to the BBC World Service for their news, which they trusted. But apparently a lot of people in Africa do not trust Voice of America for the news. So it's kind of interesting. Dito 1958 says the whole VOA thing has me conflicted. On one hand, as a taxpayer, I don't want to be paying for VOA. You are still paying. Just out of curiosity here, okay? You guys don't know, but everybody that's been laid off are paid. They're just doing nothing. You're paying people for nothing. You're not saving any pennies. And there's no saving any money in a VOA shutdown or anything. It's just a big bluff. And I will not add to that at all. Richard Wagner says, I worked for a company owned by Philips. We made spectrum analyzers for industrial use. X-rays and ID elements. Yep. Well, is the VOA... The VOA had a purpose, and it was there. That's it. I think removing the voices, and there's nothing political in what I'm going to say here. Removing voices from around the world to balance out other voices is a very, very short-sighted and stupid decision. And I just got to say, I just got to say, well, it was limit. It was very, very limit, Master Players Radio. It crossed the border slightly. There are ways to say the same paragraph that are not crossing the border. So it's we were talking yesterday about how China spends so much money on broadcasting everywhere. They understand that it's important to be out there. Unfortunately, too many people don't understand why you should be out there. And, it's a way of just having a voice that's different and that has its point of view. One of the things that I always... You might not agree with what was said, but one thing that I always found fine was the fact that, when they had an editorial, they would say, this editorial reflects the views of the United States government. They told you. Just told you, look, this is the U.S. view of whatever. And it's fine, Believe it, take it, don't take it, who cares? But it's there, and it's out there. And it's a voice that counters other people's own decision, you know. Um, it's something that is sad. That's why we need so many ways to it's we're giving, I'll say one phrase here. If VOA, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty was not important, why did immediately Iran, Russia, China say, oh, finally a good decision? Who needs Radio Free Europe? Who needs VOA? They're freaking happy that happened. And there's a reason for that. And we'll stay at that. What frequency are Richard Wagner for Wolverine? James Mutter, nice to have you here. Did about a Maytag washer a few years back and asked someone who is not in sales if I'd be wasting money to buy a Maytag instead of Whirlpool. He showed me all Maytags were built better. China's everywhere in the bands, absolutely, Kevin Michael. Matt, it's baffling to me that people aren't seeing the growing importance of Africa. There's a reason why China built those transmitters near Bamako, absolutely. They see the importance of controlling more and more places around the world. Richard Wagner, Wolverine Raiders on. Ajay Dakota, China broadcasts a lot and sells more shortwave than any other country. It's, they understand something about radio that a lot of people don't understand. It's as simple as that. 6925. Let's check it out. Yeah. 6925. Very strong, the 6925 in Montreal. David Ward, decent signal in Texas, 6925. Matt says not copying anything on 6925, and Wolverine is generally weekly copyable. HFU is reporting WDOG. It's possible. It's possible. And the West, yeah, that's true, Bob. And the West, we live in our North American island, and which is very different from the rest of the world. David Smith yesterday in his presentation showed us the reality, the pictures he showed us of what a town looks like in Sahel and in Africa, and how people are just spotty little, groups of people everywhere living, and how the only thing and the only way to rely, especially with, the African politics and religious groups like Boko Haram, how it was just so important to have voices out there. And man, he had these stories of, like a warlord that calls him up because he had made a station in a language that people understand, that everybody had a voice, because that's his goal. And the warlord was not happy because he didn't have a voice on the radio like the other leaders. And he said, when you have Boko Haram telling you what they're not happy with you. You're thinking twice. Should I go to that meeting? Am I going to get killed? Or do I go and meet him? And he went to meet him. And he said, well, you know what? You didn't have a voice. You're mad. We're going to fix that. We are going tomorrow to have another show, another program. And you will be there with the other stations. And with the other leaders. And they did that. And now he was happy. He also had a voice. And it was just great. It was just great. You know? So, it's super important to have a voice. And shortwave is a great way to have a voice. It is untrue. He was actually telling, we have what's her name from Seattle regularly that comes in on the live show that always says that no, in Africa everybody uses a cell phone. Well, he was there to tell us, nope, that ain't the truth. Cell phone is very spotty and very, it's for the big centers of jasmine that we have here. I wish you would have seen that documentary. That meeting. That would have spoken to Jasmine. I wish you would have seen what we saw yesterday. Because he said, look at this. He was showing a picture of a little town. And he said, look at this picture. You see where that town ends on the picture? That's also where the cell coverage ends. And most people live outside of this place, not in the town. There are more people outside of this range than people in this range. So, no, it ain't true. Cell phones are not replacing shortwave in Africa. So it was very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Scatter Phoenix, long wave is a bit like medium wave. Long wave gives the ability to target and be heard by a local population and a pretty long distance because of the ground wave aspect to it. So it goes further away than FM, and it was adopted for that reason, the distance it can actually go. So, hey guys, I'm going to have to say goodbye because my caregiving duties are kicking in. I am hearing that I might need to, I'm needed. So, because of that, we're going to cut it now. AM is a mode. If you talk about AM band, medium wave, in general, long wave actually tends to be going further out, makes more distance than AM in general. So, anyways, we'll talk more about that. Keep that question on a piece of paper, Skylar Phoenix. Next Saturday, we're gonna go there. So take care, everybody. Stay safe, and don't forget super chat if you want to give something, or the pizza fund on PayPal if you want to do something. And thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the Sunday special show after the Shortwave Fest yesterday. Honestly, I almost want to ask if I can have a special permission to show that presentation on my live show. Because it's just so powerful. I'll be writing to the Shortwave Fest guys and asking them for a special permission, to have that on the live show. I think it would be very interesting to all of you to see that, because it was just so great. So I'll see what I can do about that. If they gave me permission, I will actually have it next week, and we'll listen to it. It's a presentation that's an hour long, so it'll be like an hour of presentation to show you guys. But you'll be amazed at it. You'll be so amazed at it. Take care, guys. Love you all. Stay safe. Okay? And take care of yourself. See you next Saturday, 20 hours UTC.